sit on it, they learn on it, they read on it, so we want those in good conditions for students. From the personnel end, I believe our sections overall will remain the same. I'll continue to work with central office on numbers. As our kindergarten comes into focus, I still think we'll retain having 4 sections next year. But moving forward up the grades, I think we're going to continue with the same number of classrooms across the school. The other component to the personnel piece is the request for an additional 0.5 administrative assistant. I don't know if you have the data that I provided to the superintendent's office. I don't know if they have that.
It's actually listed under the new staff request. If you take a look over on the second page, actually, get that back, it's the third page. Take a look at the center column there. If you take a look, almost in the smack dab in the middle of that page, it says center school. Do you see that?
Yes.
And right underneath center there is his 0.5 position.
Right.
So that's where it is.
Right. So I could, at another time, we could look more closely at the data. I don't know, but you know, in my look at the other elementary schools and the middle schools, I did not look at the high school. It's a different setup with the guidance department with regards to administrative assistants and who does what kind of load with registration and schedules and those kinds of things. But I just felt, you know, for equity's sake, I think the workload at center is bigger than a 1.0 position for an administrative assistant can handle.
And actually, I can just speak to that just for half a minute. So, for example, Mary Rowlandson, total enrollment is 487. They've got one FTE. Florence Sawyer has got 779. They've got 2 FTEs. Hale, 287, 1 full-time FTE. Luther Burbank, 251, and then Center has 609 with 1. So there is a discrepancy there.
Right. So I know that may or may not have come up in the past. I believe, and I wasn't here, so I don't have all the history on it. But when Pompo and Center were 2 separate schools, it was at 2.0 administrative assistant positions between those 2 buildings, and when they were combined, it went down to 1. So what we're looking for is a 0.5.
Just super quick, Ross, can you talk to me about what you think your priorities are right now in terms of your request? I think that your 0.5 is a priority, is that correct? Yeah,
with regards to the request, I mean, I don't think that there's anything substantial in there beyond that, not only because it's not a one-time cost, it would be an ongoing position, you know, for the foreseeable future. Beyond that, I think just prioritizing the literacy for our building is important. You know, it's a little bit of a different position coming to you this morning, knowing that we're a commendation school for high progress, but we still have work to do. We still have things to do with regard to making sure that we're horizontally and vertically aligned up and down and across the grade levels with regards to literacy. And we do fit in very well to the work that we're doing across the district with that right now. So.
And you're going to hear, to the school committee, you're going to hear the literacy theme come up over and over again. I'm sure that Caitlin will probably speak to it, Sean will probably speak to it, and then you're going to hear Patty speak to it. So that district-wide continuum of literacy progress, if you will hear come up over and over again this morning. Okay, thanks, Ross. Anything else? Oh, sorry, quick question, Kathy?
No, if you have anything else, it's just a general question.
Oh, sure.
I'm all set, thank you.
I apologize if I missed it. Just an orientation to the document. The columns say FY17 amount and requested amount.
Thank you. You know what? I forgot to mention this. I'm going to go to that. Can you please take a look at the blue sheet right now? This is a problem, and Michelle, this gets back to the issue that we know. This particular document that we've worked on is a document that they have had in place for years. Now, we've tweaked it back and forth, and Neil and Mark, you may, and Jen, you may have seen this before. These columns are out by one column. So I'm so glad you brought that up. So for example, if you take a look at the very top box, the 700 and 500 and the 1200, that's really the 1200. They're off.
Oh, everything one right.
By 1 right. So you're absolutely right. So if you take a look at the 5, 700, 1200, adds up to the 2400, and that is throughout this whole document. And it wasn't something like Michelle said, it will take us days to try to fix.
Sure.
So, but, you know, we said that's something that we know that we're looking at in preparation for next year's project. This is, again, one of those leftover things that we need to fix for next year.
So then, will the second column in that says FY17 voted amount, would that be blank, or would that be what was voted for FY17?
I'm sorry, I'm not following.
So,
So there wouldn't be any numbers for the voted amount.
There's no voted amount right now.
No, but it says
Number
FY 17, we're going into FY 18, correct?
FY 17 voted amounts,
Yes.
and then those need to go over here, these need to go over here, so
Right,
these
that's
would be
right.
blank.
Right.
Voted amounts, so the voted amounts are blank.
Right, but we're in FY 17, right?
Right.
So-
The numbers just aren't there.
No, all I'm saying is, if it says FY 17, and we're in FY 17, would we see what was voted for FY 17, or should that say FY 18 voted amount? That's my point of confusion. I know that these have to.
voted for FY 18.
Right, but this says FY 17.
Right, so that's last year's.
Right.
You're looking at last year's, it's a comparison of last year's voted amount versus what
I
the
think we need to go
ask
back
is.
and change this, you're absolutely right. So Kathy,
I
to your
know
point.
that, yeah, go ahead.
To your point, and I don't wanna get,
Yeah, we're
down
I don't
this,
wanna get in the weeds, I just wanna understand what I'm looking
But your
at.
point is well taken, and we knew that this was a problem in this particular document that so I would agree with Lorraine. I think at the end of it, before we go on, again, this is why we don't wanna go to public with this particular document, because it would be confusing, because who's gonna explain, there's a typo, it's not even a typo, it's a way that the system is formatted. So we need to go back and just relabel or redo something with that, so I totally agree with you, so it's crystal
So
clear,
here's-
because it's not.
Then is this amount,
This is this.
there's no FY 17 requested amount. This is the voted amount, and this needs to go over here to the requested amount.
That's correct.
Okay, so just think about moving just when it says FY 17
detail.
amount, just move that column to the right. Leave the FY 17 voted, because that is
Blank.
correct. So just ignore the FY 17 requested amount,
Mm-hmm.
because that information is not on here. Just move that over to the FY 18 requested. Leave the voted amount, because that is the voted amount in 17. Okay?
All right,
Okay.
so,
That's-
I don't see FY 18 on this at all. Is it FY 18 on
Because
this?
it's
FY
empty.
18 is not on there, but the requested amount is FY 18.
That's
Right,
correct.
right.
Okay.
That's absolutely correct. Okay, we're gonna move along then, to Sean, if you can speak to us, that'd be great.
That's right. Okay. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. It's been a while since we spent some quality time together, but it's good to see you. The budget, the site-based budget really is just a small increase, and the couple of priorities in there, again, goes to the literacy initiative and making sure we're planning ahead to support the district implementation of the literacy. It's been great to, in the past I've come to you and talked about what MRE has been doing. It's been fabulous this year to be working district-wide, to be planning and having conversations as a district, teachers and administrators, and with the central office about planning forward and maximizing resources and great talents and ideas together on literacy. So we're looking forward to continue that work next year. The only other new increase or new item in there would be in the health line item. There's some workbooks that have been requested that go to the youth risk survey and all the work that that group has been doing to support that curriculum and some curriculum changes there. So that would be new. Other than that, it's just really maintaining and updating, the office furniture, which is 16 years old and could use some updating and things like that. On the bigger end, in terms of like staffing, I gave you some background. Over the last 3 years, we've added 150 kids. We've lost about 70, so it's a net gain of over 80, and they're trickling in like week by week. We get kids still. It's not just an influx in the summer. A lot of students are moving in. We started the year in 4th grade with about 23 per class. We're at 25, 26. So that's 3 sections. If we had followed suit of what we were going to do with 3 sections next year, we would lose a teacher. I'm asking to maintain that teacher because our 4th grade is, our 5th grade going to 6th grade has 93 kids in their 4 sections. So I want to maintain 4 sections in 5th grade so we can reduce that from 26 down. And that's just, Neshoba is a desirable place to be. So I did some numbers over the last few years. We're averaging about, somewhere between 4 and 6 students per grade level are coming in. The other part that you need to know is also 40% of the students that come in have required either an IEP or a 504, so that's a little bit more additional services, or sometimes a lot more additional services. The reputation of the school and the district is there, and people intentionally move in for the good education of the district. So to that end, I also asked, I have 1.6 in counselors or interventionists, so I've asked for a 0.4 increase in the interventionists so we can have 2.0 to service a lot of those students. Also, to be more proactive with the social emotional learning, you've heard about those issues in those curriculums, so we can be doing more of a tier 1 instruction in the classroom on those issues, as well as some RTI, and not just having to, where the counselors are pretty much meeting with students that require services. So that's that increase. The other, I haven't asked for anything yet, and I might not need to. Kindergarten is a moving target. Last year we started at 58 students in the census, and we ended up at 63. Fine, this year we started out at 75, and 7 people said they moved, and we had 7 people move in. So we've had about 55 responses so far. So we go above that census, so we'll see. That's always a moving target up to sometimes June and July. But other than that, it is really the budget's just maintaining and continuing to support some of the district pieces.
And so if you take a look at the last sheet of your new staff, in the middle of the page is Rollinson, and then you'll see the 5th grade and the interventionist.
Can I just ask a quick question of you, and then I want to go back to you as well? Can you just tell us, when you're wrapping up, what your top 3 priorities are, just so that we can write them down and get them straight in our heads, because there's still a lot of data here. So it sounds like, I don't want to speak for you, Sean, but it sounds like the, well, I'll let you
Maintaining the teachers we have. That would, I don't need to add anyone to, just maintaining. And the interventionist would be the second priority. And then the office furniture. There really isn't, it's supporting.
Really 2.
It's really, and then just maintaining the budget, our budget to support the literacy supplies.
Kathy?
So the grade 5 classroom teacher isn't really an ad, it's like moving someone from a grade with lower enrollment there.
Yeah, if you look at the current sections and you
Yeah.
project it up, it would look like we should reduce,
Okay.
but because of
But
those
you'd add
numbers.
that, so isn't that a wash then? Would you then add that as part of budget for 51?
Well, Sean, is it a wash from your perspective, that grade 5 position?
Is it a new
Yes.
position?
Yes, it's not a new position.
Okay.
I just wanted to be
You wanted to keep it.
To
You
be
wanted to make sure
transparent,
it's-
and if, right.
That's great.
Because if you look at the numbers, it looks like it should go down.
Thank you.
Yeah.
See, I thought it was a new ad, to be honest with you, so I appreciate this.
Thank you.
Okay,
So,
awesome.
Yeah, and I can clarify my end. I think I
Thank
did
you.
talk about maintaining our teaching staff, so I'm in a very similar position to MRE. We do have 4 sections of 3rd grade that are at 25, 24, and we need to maintain having 5 4th grade sections next year for curriculum needs, special education needs. Those kids need just lower numbers in their classrooms. So across the board, again, similar, we're gonna maintain an even amount of 27 sections, even though some things may shift around a little bit, but across the board.
due to the
So-
bumps in your,
Due to the bumps, and
Yeah, just
when that was a 2nd grade, it felt like every other week we had a new 2nd grader last year, and this year in 3rd grade, I feel like we continue to add 3rd grade students. It's just not a situation that's rectifying itself with kids moving out or anything like that. So we do need to keep 5th grade at 5 sections next year, and I can send over a quick detail on that too. So I think my priorities then, to answer your question, are maintenance of instructional staff, the administrative assistant as a 0.5, and then, just the continued work on curriculum with a focus on literacy into next year.
okay, thank you. You can go ahead.
Okay, awesome, thank you. Anything else, Sean?
I guess just to leave in looking at the information I provided, if Ross has said, like, some years it just seems like one grade level, one year I had 10 students move into a grade level. If anything were to happen at like that in my rising 2nd or 4th grade, that would put numbers over 26 again. So, you know, we hope we'd maintain, and but there's always that possibility.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Caitlin, we'll turn to you for Florence Sawyer, please.
Thank you. So, as Superintendent Clenchey said, Joel apologizes for not being able to be here today. He is chairing the Superintendent Search Committee for Clinton, but his absence is my gain because I'm really excited to be with you all today.
Congratulations.
And discuss the requests coming from the Florence Sawyer School. So, also as Superintendent Clenchey said, I'd like to discuss our budget from a K through 8 perspective, because we do really, I mean, in the writing of it, we're considering it as one school, not, you know, I mean, elementary component and then a middle school component. So I will kind of divide our requests into 2 different categories. First will be first will be staffing, and then second will be instructional and extending instruction outside of the school day. I'll explain in a minute. So in terms of our staffing, we are requesting 4 new full-time faculty members. That seems like a lot. Remember, K-8 school. So the first would be the addition of a 4th grade teacher. So right now, our current 3rd grade, rising 4th grade, have very full classes, and unique to that grade, we have a lot of special needs in those classes. So those students really benefit from having the smaller class size. So moving up into the 4th grade, we think that it would, you know, best serve our students and best serve our school as a whole to have a 4th grade teacher. Secondly, and this is our priority number 2, or I guess tied for priority 1, would be a 6th grade teacher. So right now we have 4 6th grade teachers, but our current 5th grade class, rising 6th grade, is kind of small. It only has 63 students in it. So if you look at that, you know, projecting upward, it looks like it would only be 3 6th grade classes, which means the loss of the middle school model. We don't want to do that. It doesn't serve our students, you know, in preparing in that transition into middle school. So we would like to maintain our current model in the 6th grade of having 4 6th grade teachers.
So that's not an ad, that's just to maintain.
I think so.
Yeah.
You have 4 now, so.
Yes,
Okay.
but again, you know,
But
we're
the 4th grade
looking.
teacher is an ad.
Yes.
Okay.
Next, we would like, or we are requesting an interventionist to serve students, you know, from kindergarten up through grade 8. So currently, we have 2 interventionists serving over 700 students, and it would best serve our students to have an additional interventionist. Our final staffing request is for a mathematics specialist for the middle grades. So currently, we do have 1 specialist serving, you know, the entire K through 8. And the schedule is just jam-packed. There's a lot of opportunities for our students to really grow and expand with their mathematical thinking, and also for the staff to grow as a result of professional development that could be provided by this mathematics specialist at the middle grades. So that concludes our staffing requests. Second, we are requesting additional funds for instruction and extracurricular opportunities. So we, you know, similarly to what Ross had said, we, you know, are really having a big push for literacy aligned with the district goals, and we would like to expand classroom libraries. We would also like to support literacy goals at the district level, and that, you know, to be determined by the district literacy leadership committee. But that might look like purchasing new units for reading and writing, or perhaps benchmark assessments. And finally, we are requesting stipends for new extracurricular activities to expand learning opportunities outside of the school day. Things like a books and breakfast club. I attended it yesterday. It was lots of fun. The theme was horror. It's too scary to finish my book, but I tried. Also, stock market club, robotics, coding club, debate club, writing club, and other opportunities for students. Thank you.
So Caitlin, going back to Chairman Roscoe's question about your priorities, what do you see as your top priorities?
Well, first and foremost, the addition of the 4th grade teacher. Absolutely. Being that the 6th grade teacher, you know, appears to be kind of the wash, so I guess I can drop that from the priorities. Maintenance of that. And then secondly, the interventionist, and third would be the literacy, the instructional.
Okay, and then 4th would be the math?
Yes.
Is that what you're thinking?
Can you clarify the instructional? Where was that?
Oh, the funds for to support the literacy goals.
Oh, okay. And then the math.
Nicole?
And then can you just clarify, the interventionist, is that dedicated to the elementary grades or the middle school grades, or is it across the?
It would be across the board. So currently we have one that serves, the lower grades, and we have one that specializes in the middle grades. So this would be across the board, to the best of my knowledge. It might be changing.
Yeah.
I'll follow up with you.
So it's a twofold question.
Hi.
Do you happen to know the class sizes on the 4th and the 6th? You're asking to maintain, but it sounds like there's a downward trend in class size.
There is a downward trend. So right now, the 5th grade class is 63 students. So if you look at that moving up into the 6th grade, it would comfortably fit into 3 sections of the 6th grade. I believe.
And you're looking to have 4 though?
Yes, we're looking at 4 for the 6th grade. Currently, I believe our 6th grade, and this is an approximation, I'll have to get back to the exact number, but it's around 78. And the 4th grade you also asked for, we've got about
Yes.
24 students in each class, the 4th grade.
Okay. And then the math specialist, it looks like you're looking to break that out so that you have a K through 5 and then a middle school.
Yes.
What does the math specialist actually do?
The math specialist is integral for remediation and enrichment for students. So we've got plus classes that meet especially the middle grades, and these are opportunities for students to go above and beyond what they're learning about in their math class. So most recently they're taking on origami challenges and looking at the mathematics of building cubes and stars and other really fancy origami shapes. Also super important in terms of helping students that are falling behind in math to really build a strong number sense and meet expectations for where they should be with mathematics.
Thank you.
Kathy?
Can you describe what an interventionist does? Is it related to special education or supporting 504 accommodations? And so what is the certification that they need, and what are the types of things that they do?
And I think that can be picked up by any one of the principals rather than I.
So, because I'm adding that on too. But so the current certifications are, like, I have 1 licensed social worker and 1 school psychologist. So it's anything in that realm. So they're direct counseling goals that are on IEPs they service. They also might do some social groups or lunch bunches, just as for some short-term students who might be needing extra support in building friendships or developing those goals. Ours, and I believe yours too, work all the way from preschool right up. And so some is in the classroom, a lot of it's out of the classroom. Also, there's, as coordinating with outside services, there's maybe not a large number of students, but students who we need to consult with outside psychiatrists or psychologists. So there's that can take up a lot of time too. Also, I'll speak to our building. They've been going in each grade level and doing more social emotional learning, like specifically talking about emotions and calming strategies and problem solving strategies. So some are related to the second step and independent of that. So it's general ed, special ed, it's kind of all of it.
But more like a school psych, college.
Yes, yes. It's
Okay.
just been called interventions there. Yes.
I have a question on that. Donna, is what you're discussing here connecting with the work that you're doing, Donna, across the district? It sounds like.
Yes,
Okay.
with the social emotional learning.
Exactly.
Absolutely. So these interventionists or guidance counselors would be working with that, as well as our health teachers, our nurses.
So when
it's a
you
collaboration.
speak to the social emotional component of what you're talking about this coming year, will that include all grades? It'll look like a 360? Okay.
Yes.
I just want to make sure, because I think there's a common theme, and thanks for that. I have one quick question, and then hopefully we can move on. You said you want to expand your libraries. What does that mean?
The purchase of additional trade books for each of the classrooms.
Trade books?
Yes.
What's a trade book?
So it's a, how can I?
Chapter books.
Oh.
Chapter books. So, particularly with the literacy model we're having, kids need a lot of variety of books at their level so that they can be reading, continuously and sustained. So just having more available in the classroom.
So thank you for that, both of you. So I think what would be helpful for me, maybe you guys, is there's a literacy, there's a common thread in literacy here, which is what the school district is here to do, right? So if there's a common theme in literacy, what are we doing at this level with maybe Patty, and then how does it trickle through the schools? And I think that would be, why are you smiling?
Because that's coming.
Then I'll leave it there and we'll keep
Yeah,
going.
and truthfully, if you've been following, this is not meant as a shot at all. This is just an open comment. If you're following my superintendent reports, like when I give them out, I frequently refer to the district literacy plan that we are all working on. And so what you're seeing here, sitting here, is actually exactly what I've been talking about coming out. So you're nailing it. That's exactly what you should be hearing. So I'm really glad that you're picking that up. That's exactly what this is.
So we'll get a big picture.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I just have one quick question about the grade 7 atlas. That seems to be a big
Oh,
number. Is that going to be across all middle schools, and this is something I should wait for the middle school teachers?
If you look towards the right, I believe that there's another descriptor next to the
Yes.
number. And what is that?
Literacy.
So it's
Captain's reading.
yes. So it's not actually for grade 7 atlases. And Joel could explain this better than I can, but I'm going to give it my best. So the line items on the left, the descriptions, are not necessarily accurate. If there's something on the right, go with the item on the right.
Okay.
So that is for the
K
literacy.
through 5. So that's still part of the literacy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we are not purchasing any more atlases this way.
Yeah, one quickie?
Just a quick question, yeah.
Yeah.
So, why wouldn't student activity fees cover the stipend request for additional clubs and so forth?
I don't know that I have an answer for that, to be honest with you, as I'm sitting here. It's an interesting thought. I just hadn't thought of it.
Okay.
Speaking of stipend requests, I did forget one. I've requested a new stipend for support for the Nature's Classroom. We've been doing Nature's Classroom for, I don't know, like 30-some-odd years at Mary Rollinson, and it's never been a paid advisory commission position to coordinate. All that goes into that, and I believe at all the other schools, when they, like the Washington D.C. trip and things, all those are. So it's just to bring it in line with those positions that other people do.
So it's just a stipend.
Just
Yeah.
a stipend, yeah.
So, yeah, we need to move on. So thank you very much
Thanks,
to our
everyone.
elementary
Thank you.
administrators. We very, very much appreciate that.
Scott, you're awesome.
Hey.
Just in
You're
case.
really impressive.
Thank you.
No.
Okay, so we're gonna move forward with technology next. So Chi and Cindy are here now. One of the reasons you have the binders is so that we could also give you space to put additional handouts. And I know that Cindy, you've got some additional handouts. I believe Chi, you've got
I'm
some
losing my,
additional.
Nicole, I'm sorry. Oh, no, go ahead, go
Still
ahead.
have the form.
Yep.
So, and I think Chi's got some handouts, and so I think you're gonna get some of that, and so you can just tuck it away. So the notion is that when you walk out of here today with your binder, you've got the data and additional handouts. So you should have a really good, comprehensive a collection of information when you walk out of here.
So for technology, just a reminder again, that, well, for every one of these areas, that it's, we're listening, we're taking in the information. If there's a clarifying point, let's ask it. And then if we need to bring Cindy and Chi back for another meeting, we'll do that if we have additional questions.
Perfect, that's great. So you should be, thank you, you should be in the third tab now for district technology. If you're following along, which I think everyone is. So Chi and Cindy, we'll turn it over to you to do the broad scale overview for us, please.
Could I just say, I just want to say thank you for letting us come here today and having the opportunity. And I just want to say one thing before she's going to start this. I want to thank Neil and Kathy and Lynn and the rest of the committee for asking Tech Committee last year what we really needed for resources. And you listened and we said staff and you added it. And I want you to know that the middle school staff are so happy and the students are able to continue their skills that they learned in elementary. We're going to have a vertical team meeting with the high school on March 10th to talk about how we're going to continue it right through. But the teachers are able to integrate technology with much more confidence and help right in their buildings, and it's going really well. Just want to thank you.
take it away.
Okay, Chief?
Hi, my name is Su Qi. I'm the technology manager here. Most of the folks, they know each other. First of all, I want to give that little bit idea how we build this budget. So this is truly a team effort. On the district level, my department working closely with teacher learning. So we talk to each other often, and we identify the priorities, and also we contact the school level. Like I have a meeting with all the principals every other week. So over the year, we meet and I learn what important to them. And I write down the things. So then when we build, we prioritize mostly based on the building level need. So that's pretty much how this is, come together. I have two two documents. I think you guys have this. This really,
No, they don't. I don't think they have that either. Nope.
So maybe you guys can pass this.
Sure. They have that.
This one is different than the one you have.
Can you pass that one down that way?
Yeah. The difference on this one is this one has a detailed number on each line item. The one you have do not have the number. The reason being is my understanding is the document you have will be put online. I don't think it's a good practice to let the public, especially some vendor, to know our true cost. So it won't be good for us when we negotiate price. That's why you will have the detailed number, but on the public, because I know some vendor, they look at school websites, they try to know how much you pay. So that's the reason. So on this document, so the second page gives you an overall idea how much.
Yeah, the second page is broken down into 1, 2, 3, I think 6, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 components, and that's where you're going to want to kind of focus your energy.
Yes.
Go ahead, Gene.
So this 6 item has a real number in there. There's another item I didn't put in there. It's called administrative technology. But we haven't put any number in there for years. So
What is it called?
Admin technology, administrative.
Admin technology?
Yes.
Okay.
So I didn't leave there because we haven't put money in there for many years. So for these 6 accounts, you can see the FY17 number and also the FY18. Those are numbers we put in for request. So the first one on page 3, that is the detailed list of contracted services. So there's about 5.8% increase, mostly because of the we got asked for more internet bandwidth. So the increase is mostly coming from there. And from here you can see I mark with the red color. So those are the irritable items. So we can't give that much money back from the state.
Right.
So is your ask the 303.4 less the 78.9?
We'll get that back.
Yep.
So
Probably in November of next year.
no, but my
Gross.
question is, what's your net? Is the gross the 303 and then the net is less the 70?
That is true.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
So do you have question on this slide? No. Okay.
I would go through the whole thing, Chief, so we can get through it all.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you to kind of speed it up a little bit.
So the second one is the computer supplies. That one is purely based on per pupil. Like each kid, we put $9 for the supply. So that is pretty much consistent, So the third one is professional development. That is the money we put aside for ongoing training for the tech stuff, for cross-school training. If we go to some meetings, all those ongoing training. So the fourth one is the computer hardware. That is a big item. So here there's the focus absolutely is the MCAS computer-based test, and also the ongoing regular maintenance. For here, I think this one you guys probably have a little bit question here, but.
Well, I think too, Cindy, I know that we talked about this earlier, and our focus this year has been to try to make sure that things are ready for the next generation assessment, MCAS 2.0, if you will. And Cindy, you and I had this conversation the other day that when the tech committee first came into being and looking at the tech plan was before we knew that this had to drive it. It had to drive the technology needs more almost, or in parallel to the tech plan. But we didn't. It was kind of like we didn't see this coming until after the tech plan. So that's why you're seeing this particular, their page. Would that be fair to say? You want
Yes.
to speak to that, Cindy?
Yes, because sitting in a conference late last year and the hearing commissioners all of a sudden said by 2019, all schools in Massachusetts will be taking the next generation assessment, grades 3 through 10. So, I mean, I don't know how all schools in Massachusetts are actually going to meet that, but we want to work towards that. So by 2019, we'll be ready for all grades to be testing online. This year, it's just grades 4 and 8.
So is this basically saying that we're looking to put a Chromebook in every student's hands? Is that the goal?
Well, that's always going to be my goal in the far future, but I would say grade 3 through 12. However, what you're looking at, preparing for the MCAS computer-based, the network and the wireless access, so it's tied to federal funding that we get to help prepare for next generation skills and assessment. So what they're doing is we're no longer going to get that funding for the telephone bills that we've had. They are now putting that into our switches and wireless access points so that all schools in Massachusetts or across the country can have mobile devices in all their classrooms.
So
They're
this is
moving
one of the
towards
big-
personalized learning.
This is one of the big issues that we've had though, Neil and Kathy and Lynn, right? Is this one of the, we need to come back to this at another day, we will. I'm kidding. Okay, so
the-
keep
The
going.
number of switches and wireless access points that are configured right now to be purchased in July, we will get back in the fall $46,000 from those purchases. And in this past fall, I don't have the number right in my head, but I think we got about $36,000 back for last summer's purchases.
But for the hardware, the biggest increase is for the MCAS on this item. Basically the network upgrade, the wireless upgrade. So I'm sure that we will come back to this for details, but the increase mostly from that part. And that is kind of required by the state.
All right, so you know what we're gonna do to keep this moving is I think we're probably gonna end up adding, and I'll ask you to ask the February 8th meeting, and we'll come back and do a dedicated section to tech, because I think there's a lot of questions around the table on it.
Yep.
But, okay, so I'll let you continue, sorry about
Can I
that.
just add, just real quick, it would be helpful to see a breakdown
Yep,
an itemization of the subcategory
I have.
of each thing.
That's why this is for this
Okay.
one. Yeah.
I'm just going to pass this around. This is just the reimbursement for E-rate that we'll get in FY18.
So the next one is computer software. There is an increase here as well. There are 4 big categories: the instructional software, the school operation, the business operation, and also technology operation. The increase on this one, on each item, the last item under each one is a difference make up all those increase. For example, the instructional software, the flat library, those used to be local, school-based. So this year we take on the district. So that increased a little bit. Under the school operation, the Power School online registration, that item will help us a lot. I talked with all the principals, almost all the sectors. From all the feedback we got, everybody wants that. So that one not only will saving like manpower, they don't need to manually entry all those like informations, online forms, and also this will save a lot of like paper cost, and also we don't have to mail out all those. So there will be a saving for both time and material. So the business operation, this year we add this ASAP, that is a sub-color for the HR department. So that's a big increase.
how big is that? That's not that big of an increase.
It's 11K. Yeah.
On this.
Oh, but that offset the cost from the salary line item,
Yeah.
so good. We're in the black then. Okay, go ahead.
Then the technology operation, the last one is a cloud lock. That is kind of a deal with this online security and also control the sensitive information. Basically, right now, like in the Google Docs, for example, there's no way for us to know if teacher or anybody accidentally publish sensitive information like the IP information, the social security numbers, or even like student like online bullying each other. So with this software, we can set up rules to automatically scan every single document online.
So it's a student privacy software, is that what it is?
You can that's part of it,
Okay.
but this is go beyond that.
And how much is that?
That one alone, I think, is like 12,000 per year.
And can I go jump up to school operation items? I remember a couple of years ago, we had a lot of software programs that we were paying subscriptions on. And one or two, we either weren't using it fully or we were still testing it. Are we using all of the?
Everything listed here, we're using.
So that's what kind of question for you, Brooke, is, are all of these being utilized to the full extent of the program, or should we be looking at something to replace it if we're not leveraging the full?
There's nothing in here that I'm looking at that we're not using right
Okay.
now.
No, everything I
On a
listed
daily
here.
basis.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
The Power School online registration, I wanted to let you know that Arlington's having an open showcase of how they're using the Power School online registration on February 5th or 6th, but it's open house and anyone can go. I would like to go, plan on seeing that, but they said something in their ad, and I can send it to you, Brooke, about them saving 2.8 million hours or something. They did the whole math out, so.
That would be great, 'cause I've
wonderful
heard-
for us and our parents.
I've heard there's a lot more that Power School can offer that we may not be leveraging, so that's great.
Yeah, can I just, so going back to computer hardware, I'm just noticing there's a notation for laptop replacement 2012 model center school. Last year, we just did 99 units for center school and did 30 for the other schools. So I'm wondering how many is involved in this other center school?
We didn't do anything for Sunday school last year. Sunday school is all this year. You're talking about staff laptop, right?
No, I'm talking about
Chromebook.
Oh, Chromebook,
going
yeah.
up of the Chromebook.
Chromebook is last year is 2012 model. This year is 2013 model.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I couldn't understand.
So we replace hardware based on the age of the machine. For Chromebooks, we replace every 3 years. For staff laptop, we replace every 5 years, every 4 years.
So this is staff laptop?
This is staff laptop.
So for the Chromebooks, is it mandatory that
It's not,
replace
but
after 3 years? It's just desirable. Is that
it's
correct?
based on the user experience. You know, like we have a system like we monitor like what kind of issue happens the most, and also we're talking with teachers. So and also another one is for the MCAS, based on the state recommendation, they want Chromebook has 4 gig memory. All the 2012 and also 2013 model, not all, most of them only has 2 gig. It doesn't really meet their requirement. So that is one thing, we need to address.
The other question is, with the Chromebooks, because the HP contract is no longer something that we need to kowtow to, I would say. The prices were quite a bit higher. Are we looking to be able to cut prices on Chromebook costs? I mean, are we out there farming this rather than using the same vendor, because there's some different models out there and it just
That is
pricing
definitely
models.
that's definitely an option. And first of all, like I want to make it clear like how we purchase, and also why the price seems a little bit higher to you compared to others. We buy 3 year. It's called ADP, accidental damage protection, meaning if the machine damage in any way, like car drive over, people drop it, we fix it free. And the reason we have that is we figure like within 3 years, no matter what happened, we're gonna have a brand new machine coming back for student to use. So that alone increase about like $90 per device. So without that one, each device is about like $200. It's very similar to other schools. So for that part, I think if folks feel like it's not necessary, we can drop that.
Have we ever figured out how much that costs us versus how many actual units are replaced? Because the units themselves cost, they're, what?
That is good point.
Less than 200.
But since we only started this one about a year ago, like for one-to-one, our logic is, in the first year or even 2, you wouldn't see too much, but on the 3rd year, you will see a lot of damage on, replacement, just because, the wear and tear.
Can we move
Take it
this
offline.
part
Sure.
of the discussion to
Yep.
a broader dedicated, just so
Yep, totally.
Cindy can get through hers, and I appreciate the questions.
So the last one is the time phone services. There's the increase here is the last line we added for the repair for the line and also the handset for the phone. While working with like Jeff and also Pat, we realized in the past year like we see a lot of requirement which we didn't budget before, And a lot of the system we have are really old, and that's why we're putting this extra here. So that's all. You know.
Great, thank you. Okay, so Cindy, can we quickly move to you?
Sure. So, I know you asked about the software, but I thought you might like a description of the instructional software that we use on a daily basis for grade level, so that's what that is. I know there's questions probably how the one-to-one mobile device is going. I'm getting ready to do the annual survey again, as I did, I can say annual now because I did it last year. This is the survey results. They're posted on the one-to-one Google site, available to the public. But these are the results from
This is
parents,
so helpful.
teachers, and good.
Now we know
I
what
always
they are.
have that for myself, so I thought I'd share. So,
Thank you.
if you have questions about it, let me know. Also posted on the website, as Neil now knows, is the plan, the 2016-18 plan. Just a reminder that it was the directive from Superintendent Bates that be a 2-year plan. And then the spring technology survey, finally, that the tech committee put out last year, and you'll see that the results are fairly good. But overall, the Chromebooks have been a huge improvement in the kids having access to curriculum, being able to fine-tune their skills with research and literacy, with personalizing the learning so that they can take it as far as they want it in a particular subject area on their own time. Feedback, immediate feedback to students. I could go on and on, but the survey, you'll see, asks quite a few questions in relation to how they're learning.
And who was surveyed? This
That
isn't our
is-
population, this is a general.
No, this is our grade 8 teachers and
Oh,
special
I'm sorry,
educators,
I'm sorry.
our grade 8 students
Okay.
from last year, and also the parents.
So you want us to take a look at this on our own?
I thought if you.
No, it's helpful. The
Okay.
one thing I would
had
just,
questions about how it was going, that this would help. I'm going to redo this survey, so I'll have more results for you soon.
okay. And then the only other thing I would say is Neil's aware of this, I think almost everybody's aware of this, Kathy and Lynn certainly, that the policy around our Chromebooks and technology for the students, we need to revise.
Yeah,
That's
there's a
examined.
little line there that we
Yeah.
can have, I think we'll solve
All
that.
right, thanks
Yeah.
for that. Okay, so I think we're probably, unless you have more, we'll probably ask you both to come back for a more, a deeper dive so that we can start to look into some
That
of
would be
these.
great.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will move to the teaching and learning, which is behind tab 4.
You guys
So we
are
want
the reference points.
we want to welcome Martini Kenyon, Patty O'Connor, and Cindy's going to stay with us. But Cindy's just really, in this particular scenario, is more the support, because her work, as you know, kind of goes back, it toggles back and forth between working with T and working with this unit. And then, of course, working out in the school. So your work is broad-based. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to start with Patty, and you're going to kind of bring that whole ELA literacy component, I think, kind of to a closure now as you have some discussion with us on that. So let's start with you.
Okay, thank you and good morning. This past year, we've been working with 2 consultants and a team of teachers, a team of educators that consists of classroom teachers, reading specialists, special educators, so 26 people in all with all the principals involved. And we're using this year as a planning year to look at rolling out a district literacy plan for next year. So the funds that we're asking for would be for professional development around the reading, writing, and assessment initiative. Along with that, we're asking that we update our assessments. Right now, we're using an assessment that is almost 10 years old, and it's not as efficient and effective as a newer model. So we are asking for funds to update the assessment and update the professional development. And the goal, of course, is to unify the work across the district so that when elementary school kids are going into the middle school, there's common language, common practices. So we're looking for consistency, and as my principal colleagues have pointed out, it's for vertical and horizontal alignment.
So, I guess one of the questions I would have is what the total ask is for the literacy program.
Well, if you take a look on the line, now again, keep in mind that what you're looking at is the bolded line, the bolded columns, the
Yep.
second column, right? And if you take a look on the second, like on the back side of the one teaching and learning page, you'll see there where it's got the ELA professional development, that's where it sits, 43,000.
But I mean the literacy program in totality across the district, because
Oh, you mean extract out from the schools as well?
Well, I think it's important for us to understand where it sits within the schools, but I think it's important too, if literacy is what the school district's focusing on in various elements, what is the total cost of the program? And then then you've shown us where that falls out into the various areas, so that we can get a broader perspective of how it bubbles up and then where it trickles down, rather than it's just a chunk of money and we can't really trace it. So you're allowing us to trace where it's going at the school level, but I'm just wondering what the cost of, the full cost of a literacy program is. Because you've got pieces of it in the schools, right?
Right, because they're picking up the pieces that would, for example, belong to the schools, whether it's the library piece, whether it's the textbooks or trade books, is not really textbooks, the trade books,
Right, but I think it's important to be able to say, in this budget, our literacy initiative is this, and it represents that.
I'm happy to submit that work to you. I can, because what I'm asking for is the professional development piece
Yeah.
and the assessment piece. At the building level, they're looking for materials.
Yes.
And I'm happy to submit a spreadsheet outlining what each building is
Yes.
requesting and what I'm requesting,
And
so
then we
that you
can
get
look
a
at the whole
total.
program, because
Absolutely.
I'm afraid that pieces of this program will get stripped away, or may not, and then that may impact the integrity of the program.
And I think it's a great idea, and I think, Patty, if you can pull that out, we can email it to you.
Okay, great.
In a separate email.
Okay.
Great. Thanks, Patty.
Mark has a quick
So
question.
on the desired change of assessment, where do I see it in your budget lines? Where should I be looking for that?
That would be under textbook adoption.
So the science and
Found
math.
to Symphonel intervention. The last line
Yes,
under
got
that
it.
category.
That's what that is? That's the assessment?
That's the assessment.
What's that be replaced with?
It would replace, we're currently using the DRA, which is the Developmental Reading Assessment, and that's very outdated, and we want to update it with a newer assessment that these assessments are given individually, and if we're investing that much time, teacher time, to administer one-on-one, we want the best bang for our buck, and this assessment will do it.
I think Jennifer's got a
Is that a
question.
quick question? So for the district textbook adoption, it looks like a huge increase, but there was a budget adjustment in 17? Is that they just came under and we needed,
There was a budget.
it wasn't
adjustment.
budgeted, it was under budgeted?
No, there was a budget adjustment when it was voted last year.
There was, okay, thank you.
Neil?
So just the intervention kits, I understand you, I think, and just, I'm going to paraphrase, okay, or restate your commentary so I understand it. The intervention kits are actually, they're going to save you time. So in other words, the kits that you have now, they're outdated. You could actually miss potential problems and so forth, so a student continues with the problem unidentified until later down the line you're able to identify them. So it's not only going to save time, but also the child gets identified earlier and hopefully doesn't fall through some sort of a crack in the meanwhile. Is that what you're So it's bringing that value
Partially,
to it also?
in all honesty, it may not save a ton of time, but what it will do is give us better information about the student.
Okay.
So we're using this assessment to guide instruction. So if we're getting better information on the student, we can plan stronger instruction.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn?
Enrichment, are you going to bring presenters in for the students? Could you pretty much do that? Because all the schools were asking for similar stuff. Could you do a district-wide enrichment program and lay that out?
Laura Dwyer would speak more precisely, like she would be able to tell you exactly what she's thinking, and I know she's
Yeah,
presenting.
she's on tap, so let's just wait until she comes back in, and that will be.
I would rather have her address that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, can we move to Martina if we have no further questions of Patty? Martina?
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thanks again for the opportunity to speak to you all. So I'm going to talk about the math and science, technology, engineering components that directly are reflected in this budget, but I do want to acknowledge that there's a lot of work going on in the district that we're really excited about that is not reflected in this budget, so I'm just focusing on that, the subset. So the first item is reflected in the district textbook adoption line. As you know, we adopted and are implementing a new program, K-5 for math, that focuses on developing conceptual understanding through discussion and also applied problem solving. We're seeing a lot of great work come out of that implementation and the PD associated with it this year. Most recently, we're starting to talk about focusing small group instruction district-wide K-5 instead of the pockets that we've seen it in previously, in an effort to hopefully meet the needs of the diverse learners in every classroom. That's also looking like a lot of increased choices for kids and a lot of more focused time for teachers while the class as a whole is still doing meaningful math. So that's reflected in our ongoing contract to continue providing that program for the K-5 teachers and students under the math textbook adoption. And then for grades 6 to 8, we've over the last several years been working toward aligning the curriculum picture for mathematics. So we purchased subscriptions to a program several years ago, but we want to continue our work aligning that curriculum horizontally and vertically through curriculum development work, and that's reflected in part under the curriculum writing STEM line that you see there. In science, you may or may not know that in 2016 the state adopted new science and engineering frameworks. So we're now, we've been planning for those for a couple of years, but we're now in the place where we are looking to adopt new programming to support that. So for K-5, we're looking for next year to purchase physical science units, again, to support the implementation of the new frameworks and also to continue our work in aligning the science and engineering experience district-wide so that it's not so different school by school and grade by grade. So that's reflected under the science adoption line that you see under textbook adoption there. 6 to 8 and going into high school actually as well, our focus is not as much on purchasing new textbooks at this time, but actually developing new units that again help us really emphasize the new focus of our frameworks that's really on helping kids develop their own understanding in science and engineering through a lot of active engagement and a lot of connected learning. And so instead of focusing on purchasing a textbook at this time, we're really talking about deep conversations with the teachers about how to really connect the concepts and experiences that kids are having in science K to 12. We're really excited about the implications of this work for the kids in terms of just having themes that help kids really own what they're learning. I'm happy to provide examples at a later time, but that is again reflected in the curriculum development for STEM line in the first section of the spreadsheet that you're looking for. Really great work I think is going to come out of that focus. So hope that's not too vague. I'm happy to answer any questions.
No, but I have a general question that kind of relates back to maybe Pat. In the forensic audit review, there was information about the textbook line item, and there was a surplus in there. Is that still in there?
from fiscal year 16?
Yeah.
I believe so.
So when you put this together, did you consider the offset for the surplus that's currently there? I'm just using that as an example. Or is this on top of?
No, I don't think that's how we thought about it when we built this.
So you didn't, so this, I think that's a really important point we all need to understand, that this is just brand new ask before we go back and look at where the surplus is in certain line items, and we can start to make some adjustments. Because what I want to be cautious of is that, in my own head, that these great programs that we're talking about, and everyone has been able so far to articulate how it's driving student growth and achievement, and if we could preserve that, I mean, the asks are big right now, but if we know that there's surplus that's sitting there that we can go back into, then I think it will help preserve integrity, and that's my question. Okay.
We're gonna have to replace you, like if we're paying for DRA, I don't know if we're paying that on a regular basis, and we're replacing it with this Baptist and Canal, it might just be a wash.
It might be, but we have to look at it, and what I just wanted to establish is that what we're looking at, for myself, what we're looking at here is just a new ask, it's not offsets. Yeah.
Can I piggyback, and it's a general thing, if I can, sorry, not to take your time, but when we have all of these new initiatives on every level, whether it's asks for the individual schools, whether it's teaching and learning, if we could have something somewhere through the year where we're able to actually track those initiatives, how did they work? Were they performed? You know what I mean? Some of the maintenance issues, rug replacement. Did you actually replace the rugs? You know, was the money diverted? If so, where? You know, it helps us really get a good idea. So if the asks come back the next year, if there's a new program 2 years from now, well, what happened to the last one, and why do we need to change? Like was something not working with the other one? Do you know what I mean? And right now there's no track.
Yeah, that's such a great point to make, because if you think about it, and this is not in this conversation here, but I mean, facilities is a perfect, that's your perfect example, where you saw it in the budget, but it didn't happen.
Right.
And so your point is so well taken. I mean, we're talking right now about an instructional piece, but as a district, that's an interesting thing to think about.
But it allows us to get behind something too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I love what you guys are saying and everything, but when we have, I mean, if we have empirical evidence that this is helping the kids, why wouldn't we be behind it every single time? But initiative fatigue has also been something that's plagued this district in the past too.
Well, and we don't have the principals here. The principals, I think, would tell you, and correct me if I'm wrong in teaching and learning, because we didn't put out 100 new initiatives this year. The staff has been incredibly appreciative. That's the feedback that we're getting. And what we've done as a district this year, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but we've really zoned in on a couple of key things. You've heard us zone in on literacy at the K-5 particularly level. You've heard us talk about the implementation of the math, and now we're talking about science. You know, in the midst of this, you've got the IT component that's dovetailing. So I think we've been incredibly thoughtful this year in our approach to all of this, so that there haven't been 100 new initiatives. And I think that the principals would. I know that that's the feedback that they're giving to us right now is the thoughtfulness that we're implementing and working through these things. But that's kind of a separate issue from what you're talking about.
So,
can I just add to that, is the professional development this year, I think we said last year when we reported out in June that it would be more choice. It's going fabulously well. The feedback has been the best that we've had in a while, because things aren't being forced down, so they're getting a lot of choice. But if you want to go out on the website and go under teaching and learning professional development, you'll see all of the things that are happening on early release day, as well as everything that's going to be happening on March 10th. I think you'll really be, it'll knock your socks off.
I would have to agree. I would absolutely
it's
agree
really
with that.
great.
Yeah.
To piggyback off that, and again, this is all related, I'm sorry, but if we're putting new initiatives, teaching and learning is putting this out to the various grades throughout the district. Again, following up with what are the measurements that we're using to ensure that the teachers are actually being able to roll this out properly and so forth, so that we know some of the other steps that are being taken on there. Again, that allows us to really get behind it. And if the claim is let's do K through 5, change in math, why? Because, and this isn't being necessarily filled in, and it's not a critique, but because a stronger understanding of math at an earlier age, the foundation is what's really going to.
So you're looking for a programmatic approach?
I'm looking for a total
Okay.
programmatic approach with validation so
Okay.
that we can all get behind it and support.
Okay.
Great.
Not that
So we
don't.
may have you folks come
Great.
back for just an overview, a perspective of the overview of the program and another 360.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks very much to Teaching and Learning, and another Teaching and
Thank you.
Learning member is going to join us at the table. Donna Lindstrom is going to come forward with regards to health services. We're on the last page now before you go into tab 5. And I know it's just a bit of a shortened time here for you, but I think that it's, there's not a lot to discuss because a lot of it's going to be status quo and whatnot. So if you can speak to it and speak to your priorities right now.
All right, so we're essentially status quo if you're looking at the health services. This is the non-salary budget. Very few changes here. Some are just required changes with some dues increases. For example, Middlesex Partnership for Youth, which is out of the district attorney's office, and we use their services for professional development, for presentation to parents, to student assemblies, basically around health and safety issues for students. The dues are climbing annually. We're adding, need our $1,000 Emerson Youth Risk Behavior Survey cost that goes into the budget every other year. So this past year, FY17, we didn't have it. We'll be re-administering the YRBS in March of 18, so that $1,000 goes back in. And the other increase that is fairly significant that we're requesting relates to our safety automated external defibrillator maintenance. So we've got AEDs in all of the buildings across the district. We've had those for quite a while. There is a state law that was actually just passed and signed by the governor that is going to require AEDs in all school buildings, public school buildings across the state, which I think is wonderful, although we've been, as I said, we've had them in our district for many years, but just maintaining the batteries and the electrode pads that expire every 3, 4, 5 years, depending on the model and so forth. Their costs are listed here, and I can break those out if anybody is interested in looking at those. So we really do need more than the $400 that we've been trying to get along with over the last several years. EpiPen costs were actually decreased. Mylan Industries, you probably heard, their twin packs are $700, and we get no discount if we were to go out and try to purchase those. Thankfully, Mylan, on the other side, to the positive, they provide a program called EpiPens for Schools, and if we apply for that, our school physician has to sign off. We submit the paperwork. They will supply actually 2 twin packs per school building, and those are stock EpiPens. We do stock EpiPens that are not assigned to specific students because we do have and have had children who have had allergic reactions in school for the first time and have without a prior diagnosis. So we keep those in all of our buildings, and so we are able to actually negate that cost completely, but I did put in the cost for 1 twin pack, because if we are to use one of our stock EpiPens, we would have to purchase to replace. Hopefully we'll never have to do that, but and then we've been able to decrease in a couple of places as well, the hearing and vision machine calibration that's required annually, because we have to make certain that we're using machines that are calibrated and accurate when we're doing our mandated screenings for kids. I was able to find a company that charges a little bit less for those calibrations. We have a little increase in healthcare costs across the board, so purchasing supplies, and again, I just requested a little bit of additional money for a couple of different buildings. Our expenses change year to year. It's hard to know what we're going to use as far as supplies each year, so we try to estimate as best we can. We shop within the district, which is great fun. So if somebody at MRE needs something and someone at Center has it, we'll trade up and down 117. So we do that before purchase in district spending.
Yeah. Does anybody have questions for Donna? I have a quick one for you. And the only reason I bring this up is because I happened to be walking down the hall and saw Donna and Joan talking one day, and it was kind of a clear. a clear positive interaction. So my question is, and this is just something to think about, and maybe there isn't an answer, but since social and emotional is such a focus across the district with the curriculum, with SPED, everywhere, you are a natural component of social and emotional as a healthcare provider. I would love at some point to understand how the programs that are either being built or recommended are taking those, again, I'm a 360 girl, right? How are those programs being put together for the betterment of the students in a total student perspective, not just from a curriculum or a healthcare, but together. And I think that because social emotional is so pervasive in everything that's going on across the state, across the country. I mean, gosh, even adults, right? We can all go to school and get services. It would be helpful to understand from a programmatic perspective how is what Dawn is doing dovetailing and reinforcing what Joan is doing, what the schools are doing. It'd be very helpful.
And I think that there is a natural dovetailing actually in all of that work. So I think it's a good question. As I'm sitting here, I think that Joan may even allude to it a little bit when she does her presentation as well. So.
And then maybe the next time we do this, if Joan could, if Jonna and Joan could either do it together or one follow the other, it's just it would help us.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Thanks so much,
Thanks,
Donna. I
Donna.
appreciate everything.
Okay, I know Cindy, I saw Cindy walk in, so we're gonna have some discussion with regards to pre-K and K. So this is Cynthia Maxfield, and she is our coordinator or overseer of our pre-K program. She helps support the K, and she's going to give us a bit of a broad stroke overview. And then this is some of her efforts will dovetail. I see Joan just came in, and we'll have some discussion on that and with regards to SPED and how that dovetails. So Cindy, let's start with you. If you can just do a broad stroke overview on yours. And again, we're on tab 5 right now.
Okay, so projected enrollment and projected revenue for next year. At this time, we expect for this year $328,485 tuition coming in from preschool. We have an enrollment in preschool of a total of 146 students right now. Next year, we expect a revenue of $366,940. However, it's really hard to say that and predict that because it's so variable because of those total students. The driving force for a preschool classroom is to service the special education students when they come out of early intervention in term 3 in our district. We are mandated to do that. So that's why we first started the preschool classrooms. And as we see more of a need, we added on preschool classrooms. So we then have to have peers for those children, model students, and that's where we have our regular education population. So we can have up to 7 special education students in a class of 15, meaning 8 regular ed students. When we see that those special ed students, as we get closer to the beginning of the year, and we see we're not really needing all those special education slots, we'll start letting some go to regular education, and then can increase, change those ratios maybe to 10-5 rather than the 7-8. And that just depends on what we see as a need, and we're always trying to be in contact with our early intervention programs, trying to predict, trying to get as much information as we can from them as to who's coming in the pipeline and how many students we might have to service.
At what age do they graduate out of early intervention?
3. So the day of their 3rd birthday, we need to start servicing them. So that could happen in the middle of the year. So we have to let some slots, keep slots in case that happens as well. So, and also, within that revenue, we do have a sliding scale fee based on families' incomes. So that $366,000 is based on all the slots being full with full paying students. And that's why you see the difference between the $366,000 as opposed to $328,000 from this year, because not all of them are full paying.
Cindy, can you read,
Yes.
I'm not following, is any,
I don't have an orientation to what we're looking at.
yeah, so can you help us kind of show us on the document where you're at?
Well, I can just say.
Okay.
I'm not sure what
My
documents you
revenue-
gave. I don't have a copy of what the document was that Pat actually gave you from the information I gave her.
Actually, you can just hand that to her, thanks.
Yeah. All right. So she has indicated the salaries here. Revenue. Okay.
Right, and I rounded the revenues,
Okay.
so it's an estimation on the revenues that you spoke
Yes,
to.
okay.
On both the kindergarten and the preschool, so.
Okay.
So our revenue is lower than our cost.
Right.
Yes, significant.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
And the reason for that would be because we have to provide for special education students, that's almost half of each class that we can't take tuition for. The
And you
district
also
has
have-
to provide for
You have
that.
tuition assistance for low-income families
And
as well.
also
That's
some
state mandated
tuition
as well.
assistance.
So Maxine, that's what I was going to ask you. Do you know your overall ratios of, like, say, sped versus non-sped? And then what modified tuition versus non-modified tuition?
We have the sped versus non-sped, we have about 1/3, I'd say, of our classes that are sped this year, and that changes every year.
Sure.
And we have, out of 146 students in preschool, I have 24 on tuition assistance. And that can be anywhere from 0 pay up to paying 75%.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes. What are the standard rates that a parent may pay for their child as a non-sped parent
What is the
desiring to participate?
the tuition rates?
Yes.
The 5-day program is $6,680 a year. The 4-day program is $2,780 a year. The 3-day program is $2,170 a year, and 2-day is $1,450 a year.
So that's where you got the 366, 980,
Yeah.
940.
Yes,
And to your knowledge, when was the last time the rates were changed?
about 3 years ago.
Do you have a formula that you use to calculate the recommended rates?
We do look at all the going rates in the area and then figure it in that way, what we did years ago. And then since then, I think George did the last change, and he used a formula. I didn't personally set those rates.
Okay. And the only other, to piggyback off that, on the 5-day and the 4-day, there's like a $4,200 difference for that one extra day.
5-day is full day.
It's full day.
I'm sorry, I should have said 5 full day, which
4
is
days,
5
4
and a
days is
half
the afternoon.
hours as opposed to 2.5 hours. The other sessions are all 2, 3, and 4 day are 2.5 hour sessions. And 5-day is a 5.5-hour session.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
There has been some talk
But
about
Friday
including a
is
4-day PM in Stowe. Is that something that is
I would
being considered?
I would support that, yes. We went in.
Do you think there's the population?
It's, what's very hard to tell about that is right now, after we had 113 children apply for 75 slots. After all the calls were made to all those parents, we have one 4-day slot that at this time has not been filled in Lancaster, a regular education slot. Now, that being said, there are still many children in Stowe on the wait list. They don't want to drive to Lancaster. We have to look, the calls were just made last week. We really have to look at that right now. If, to get that kind of data. We have, she literally finished calls yesterday and told me that yesterday afternoon. So I really have to look at who's on that wait list, what their preferences were. Ideally, I would like to put in another 4-day program in Stowe. We have the space for it. The teachers there willing to go to full day, but we don't need it for special education purposes. We have those we're all set with numbers, enough programs, and that's always been the driving force, and that was the reason in the past that we never pushed for that 4-day class. Now, that we could have talked about making it a 4-day all regular ed if we don't need it for special, and that could bring in more revenue that would support it a little more.
So that's my question.
Yeah.
Do you have thoughts or things in your head in which you can increase? We're looking at a substantial deficit in this program. Without increasing tuition costs, do you have other ideas that we can raise rates without impacting the cost side of things, without having to bring on, new teachers and so forth, because that just...
Right. I think we're due to raise the rates. I don't think it's unreasonable. And again, because we offer a sliding scale fee, I don't feel too bad about doing that, because parents that can't afford it can still apply for that assistance. So
but do you see other areas where, so somebody was just saying something about afternoon, like if we have the teacher already that's there, are there slots like where maybe we could put kids to increase revenue, but we're not bringing in more teachers?
Well, we're not bringing in more teachers, but we have to pay her for the second half of the day.
Again, I just didn't know if she's around because of the SPED requirements, that she needs to be there.
Is this
She's
an
not
area,
there in the afternoon
is this an
now.
area that you folks want to have further discussion on?
Yeah.
All right, I'll put it
So
on.
I have one simple question. How accurate are you getting information? Because obviously, starting July 1st, you can get 3-year-olds showing up.
That's right.
Through July 1st of next year, June 30th of next year. How accurate is, they're pretty good?
I have to
The
say
intervention
that
is
we
pretty
really,
good.
I think we really partner well with EI, and they're letting us know pretty well in advance the students that are coming up. There are always like moving targets and things that we can't predict. People have moved in town and so forth, but
And some people don't start services.
right, until kids are, and
until
we
the
don't know
oldest
who's
man.
out there, but I have to say, in terms of the partnerships with the community, I feel like there's good communication with the district.
Okay, so you know if somebody's turning 3 in November and you're thinking,
Right.
EI is telling you they're gonna need services, they're not graduating out before November. Okay, so you have those slots are not part of the available slots.
Right.
So you hold
those slots,
for
we
what-
hold
Save
those
those
slots.
slots.
And at this time, we're probably holding more than we're going to need, but we don't want to make that determination in January of now for next year. We'll start having that conversation at the end of this year. Can we add on some more regular education slots? And even in September, and that we may add some more on.
Okay, we're gonna wanna wrap up because I know that we wanna stay on schedule. So we thank you so much.
Thank you very
And
much.
if we need to bring you back, I think that we will be calling on you. So thank you. So we're gonna bring Joan DeAngelis to the table now and focus on SPED. Which is, if you take a quick look, is right behind the pre-K and K sheet. So Joan DeAngelis is new to our team this year. She's doing a fabulous job. So just quickly walk us through some of the priorities that you see from your perspective right now as we move forward for budget purposes.
Sure. So
Top
I
three
want to,
priorities.
I'm sorry?
When you get done, can you give us your top three? I'm going to keep going back to the top three to clarify.
Top three, okay, sure. The 240 grant this year is supporting predominantly staffing for special ed students. So in that grant, we are paying for a full-time school psychologist, a special ed teacher, and 13 paraprofessionals. We also reserve money for consultants that come into the district that work with our district programs or on cases in the district. So Dr. Balanci is a psychiatrist that works with our RISE program. Dr. Kuziak has come into the district to do two things: consult with our school adjustment counselors, school psychologists, and BCBAs. In addition, and I'll talk a little bit about this when I get to 274, she's providing some professional development at the high school. Dr. Robbins is an autism specialist who comes in and works with our students who have autism and support teachers and families with interventions that are across both settings. Dr. Ryan comes in, and we have students who are studying to be school psychologists, so they are interns in the district, which provides an additional service that doesn't cost the district anything, but we have to pay for Dr. Ryan to supervise them. So we actually get some additional counseling services by having that in the district. And this year we've added Dr. Murphy. He's a consultant who has really, if we've got some kids in high-risk situations, has done some risk assessments. So in the 240 grant, there is consultant money, and I would like to keep that going, because it's really going well to support students who might be in crisis or might need an intervention. It gives us someone to give us kind of an objective viewpoint. We also, in the 240 grant, cover mileage for our related service providers and school psychologists who travel from building to building daily. Next year in this grant, I really would like to push some of the money, increase the substitute line. One of the things I've evaluated across the district is looking at team meeting schedules. It's very difficult with related services providers going from building to building. I think we could reduce the amount of travel if we actually picked a team meeting day and had a substitute teacher. So, elementary and middle schools actually had one day that was a team meeting. It would be scheduled in. The related service providers then would be rescheduling students. They would know when the meetings were, and there would be less fragmenting in terms of the schedule and less travel. It would cut down on travel.
How frequent are those?
The meetings are happening every day, all day, mornings, afternoons. It's.
No, I mean, when your recommendation, you wouldn't want to sub every day.
No, so I would ask each building to pick a team meeting day. So say it was Florence Sawyer, I would say pick a day. It would be on a Thursday. So then our ancillary service providers would know that, the morning of Thursday, that's my meeting day. If they're not involved in a meeting, it also allows them time for testing at the building. So I'd like to really reduce the amount of traveling of people, and then they know where meetings are, because we kind of, if you drove every day, I see them coming up and down 117 because I'm passing and going to meetings, and I think it would just calm the schedule down, and it would help with the availability, because the team chairs are often looking for the same service provider to be at a team meeting. So I think that would be helpful.
So maybe if you guys came up with, you guys, and Joan, if you and the superintendent came up with a plan with Anne Marie, given the, some of the sensitivities you want to be aware of, that would be great, I think, and then present it.
Okay, sure. And the other piece is I want to look at some of the 240. They have some support money in there, and I'm looking to maybe get another 8 hours for the special ed office for clerical support. Everything that we have is timelined, so things have to be out in 5 days, 10 days. At the 45-day mark, there's a lot of paperwork that goes with special ed. It's just the essence of the work, but the volume is just there, and we have to look at how we can support our clerical staff. So I'm looking to maybe add 8 hours a week to support with some of that work.
Now, I'm just wanting to check, is that for the school committee, her staff requests are on the second yellow page. Is that in Is that on here, the additional clerical? I don't think it is.
It's not, because I was hoping to see if I could put it under
Into
the grant.
Okay. I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Yeah, I didn't do it on an
folks.
increase in the budget.
But if you, so has the grant been submitted?
We don't write the grants until August.
So I would,
Of
I
this
think,
coming year.
but if it falls through, then
You could, yeah.
so you
could
could
add it
probably want
later.
to.
Put it on placeholder.
Well, otherwise, we're not gonna wanna
Right.
go back and,
Can
right?
we just as a transition here, she gets it every year, can't we do it like we do some of the pre-K stuff? So she has it now, she prepays it the next year, and then we have to worry about it.
Prepayment doesn't really work like that, but I understand what you're saying. But nonetheless, I just want to make sure that it's really well notated here, so I would agree. It's probably not a bad idea to put it in here. Sorry, Joan.
No, that's fine. So the budget sheets you're looking for is the actual budget, and I'm kind of talking about some of the grant pieces so that you're aware of that as well. I probably should have started by saying that, I'm sorry. So the other grant that's always available to us is the 274 grant, and that is a professional development grant for special education. This year, we wrote the proposal to bring a math consultant in to work with the middle school teachers and the special ed teachers to work on a co-taught math model. We've started to look at some of the dot data across the district, and we're seeing significant gaps in math, and we're finding that going to a co-taught model in math with a special ed teacher and a regular ed teacher, that design, kids will be exposed to grade level content, and we can break them down, using specialized instruction. So we have reserved some money for professional development this year to focus really on that model. And Burbank, I'm happy to say, Luther Burbank has signed on to kind of pilot the model this year, and it's actually going really well in 6th, 7th, and 8th grades.
And Laura happens to be here, so if she wants to speak to it after. Laura and Joan have been working very closely on this work this year.
The other part of that grant this year is we've reserved some money to partner with the ELK group for the reading specialist, because we're doing, I'm sure you've heard about the literacy model that we're determining this year. So special ed obviously wants to be part of that, and I added some money in the grant also to support that initiative, so there's a partnership there as well. And then we are finishing year 2 of the Orton Gillingham multi-sensory reading training, where 8 of our teachers will be certified Orton Gillingham trainers this year, which will really enhance our ability to provide students alternative reading methods who need it. So that's our focus this year. I spoke a little bit about Dr. Kuziak. She's really doing some DBT strategies at the high school. We did that with the special ed teachers last year, and the high school teachers heard about it and said, we'd like to hear about some strategies that we could work with on students who are having difficulty in our classroom. So she is presenting in 5 stages of series in our professional development this year to provide that to the high school staff. I think there are about 30 teachers that have signed up to participate in that professional development. Next year, we want to do the bridge, so we started at middle school, and obviously we're going to continue to support the co-taught math, but guess what's next? Elementary. So the elementary level has really heard about this co-taught model, and the teachers are already talking about, tell us more about this. So I think that, we're piloting it this year. Our next move should be really to, tier it into the elementary level and see where we can join together in terms of co-teaching. The other,
Can I just,
Sure.
Is that a sped, non-sped crossover that you're talking about, or is that sped only as far as
No,
the
it's
math?
actually to have special ed students in a regular ed classroom, and the special ed teacher and the regular ed math teacher working together in a regular classroom to provide content and specialized instruction kind of in a...
And then, Martina, does that tie into your new math initiative that you were just talking about, that dovetails into it?
Yeah, so we're all working together.
Okay, so it's not a different
No,
initiative?
no,
Okay,
no.
okay, that's
One of the things you should be seeing, I'm hoping, as a school committee, I mean, you see the obvious that's in front of you, but the other thing you should be hearing things like, I think Patty said nicely, we're looking at consistency across the district. We're looking at our work dovetailing, whether it's Donna Lindstrom or whether it's Laura Dwyer with the enrichment part, or whether it's Joan and her work, and you're hearing her talk about, the work that's being done at Luther Burbank right now. Sean could talk about the work, like the LEAP, work that's being done. You will see all of our work right now is being dovetailed, and so the administrative team as a whole works very closely together. We are really not siloed right now at all, and I think that's
That's great.
incredibly
Right,
beneficial
it
for the
is.
district.
Thanks, sorry about that.
No, that's fine. I've been working very closely with teaching and learning. I'm glad that you asked that because I think we need to think about where we can do integration. So that was a great question. I also want to give the paraprofessionals maybe some more training next year. So as I think about writing the grant, there's a course called RBT, and that's available for paraprofessionals. So it's registered behavior technician. I think that would give everybody the same skill set to work with students who may have some challenges in the classroom and give them more tools in their toolbox. So kind of giving everybody the same training I think will be really helpful. So I'd like to preserve some money for the 274 grant next year in that area. And then in terms of the budget requests that you have, the sheets that you have in front of you, the two things that I'm very passionate about, one is program development. So as I've been out at all the schools and talking with principals and working with them, we've kind of identified two subsets of populations that we think we could service better by having a program. So we have RISE at the middle school program and LC3 at the high school for our social emotional students who really need a therapeutic supported program. As I've met with the elementary principals, we're really recognizing that social emotional need at the elementary level. So we're supporting kids in their home school, but I think we feel like we could do it better holistically through a therapeutic program. So I have written a draft program description called Early Risers. And I'd be happy to share that with you. I know today is time limited, but I'll be happy to share.
We want you to come back.
Okay. And then the other program we have been talking about is an elementary autism program. Really looking at how can we support kids holistically at the elementary level. I think we are supporting kids in different schools, but I think if we want to foster independence with students, we need to look at it programmatically and how can we service them better. So the budget requests I made was a teacher for each of those classrooms and appoint an adjustment counselor. We have paraprofessionals that could support those programs because they're supporting kids in school right now, so I didn't make those requests. They would just become part of that program. The other increase that I asked for in terms of special ed budgeting was for sensory equipment. We have great sensory integration rooms at our elementary level. We have started a room at Luther Burbank, but I really feel like at this point our middle schools really need some sensory-based space, and our high school. Those types of breaks, those sensory breaks for students regardless of age are really helpful for focus and attention.
So am I correct in what I'm looking at, Pat, that the net new ask for the two new programs that you and the school adjustment counselor with the reduction of 2 paraprofessionals is $69,000, is that correct?
This is on the second yellow sheet that we're looking at.
I just want to know what the net, okay. So I think that's important to understand what the net of the program is.
And if I can just do a quick ad, and just for the school committee, our school committee member friends. So what we're looking at here is basically a program potentially that would be in Bolton, one in Bolton and one at Stowe, just to put a location in your mind on that.
And the reason it's not in Lancaster is?
We have programs already in Lancaster.
Okay, yeah. So Lancaster's already got the.
Lancaster has
okay.
links, so we figured.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, is there any more you want to take?
That's the only, those are the only, yeah, you can ask any question you'd like.
Thank you. I have a quick one. Alt Ed, right now, the high school has a pilot Alt Ed program. And I know that you and I've talked about this, but, just in generalities, I have a lot of questions about the program, what it's doing, if it needs to cross over into your functional area and be more connected. And I think at some point, I know Dr. Graham's coming in, but I think we need to have a broader conversation about that program. How is it doing? What is it doing? Is it serving? Where do we see consistencies? Where do we see gaps? Where do we see? I think we've got to start to really
Yeah, I think
commit to something.
that's a different discussion outside of, I think, this particular table today, but you're right, and we have talked about this, and we know it's on our radar.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is the alt ed program now, if Dr. Graham's going to come in, I would think that the work that Joan is doing, that it would dovetail in with that. And I just need to understand it better. I think it sounds like there's connection there. What, Neil?
Budgetary side. So I know you were alluding to 240 grant,
Yes.
but I might be missing it, but I'm not seeing it over here. So if we're prepaying the 240 grant, right, that's kind of what you're asking is basically we prepay it, we budget it, and then you would get the grant later in the year, and that would offset what we're budgeting.
So I'm gonna turn to Pat for that, because I'm not sure that that's exactly how I see it, but.
That's how I understood in the explanation, so I just want to get that
Yeah.
No,
clarification.
we're not prepaying anything. Typically, every year we get a little bit more money in that grant.
Mhm.
So basically, I have, it's in the first section, actually.
You're gonna see it in
on
the executive summary when we go back to the
When we
executive
go back to
summary.
the grants. And typically, we've covered salaries with that, and that's it's not an offset anymore, but you're gonna see salaries directly charged to that grant, as
Okay.
opposed to the special ed line.
And we don't have to forward fund this, I guess, through the budgetary year until the
No.
grant's received,
No.
right? That's my question.
We
on
level
that.
fund it
Are you
every
using circuit
year.
breaker maybe? Maybe
No,
we
no,
don't
I'm
know
not.
what
I'm just in the way that this was explained with the
There's no risk
240
that we don't
grant,
get
right?
it.
So that was,
Right.
that was the kind
So
of,
that's-
I think
I
a
guess
couple
he
of
just
us
wants
had
to make
that.
No, that's,
Right, a couple of us had that
Understand.
question in,
right.
you know, I just wanted to make sure that it was allocated for here in the budget if we were going to be doing it that way. And then the other thing is grants themselves. Are we taking full, in your opinion, because I know, welcome to the district, are we taking full advantage of any and all grants that are available out there for us?
So we obviously look for anything that DESE puts out in terms of grants. I think that, you know, you have to look at, does the district qualify? They have criteria, so, you know, every week we get what's available. So this year, Patty, Sean, and I worked on the LEAP grant. That was something that was available for districts, and we got an award on the LEAP grant. So
Great.
there are things that we're always looking at. I think one of the difficulties sometimes with the grants is like what their aims are. So you can apply and they'll say, you're interested, and they can say, there are too many people with higher criteria or populations of students. So it's something that we're looking at all the time. There are 2 preschools, you know, grants that Cindy writes every year that allocate funding for the district, but we're always looking at what's available and what's out there.
And then the last question is IEPs. When somebody moves into the district, because I know that we have a lot of high percentage of people moving into the district, do you reevaluate for the IEPs when somebody moves in the district, or are you just taking those IEPs from wherever they're coming from and just integrating them into our program?
So here's what the law says. I guess I'll talk about what the law says. So I can't, you know, we have to offer comparable services in the district. So when we get a student who moves in with an IEP, we'll take a look at the IEP, we'll look at the service provision, we will develop a schedule, and then what we do, within 10 days, we're required to localize that IEP, because obviously programs look different at all different towns. So we look at students' IEP, we set up services and provisions, we turn them into a Neshoba IEP, but what I'll tell you is, we're then in an evaluation period really looking at a student and saying, you know, are the services appropriate? Are they doing, you know, well? You know, we can reconvene and we can add services, reduce services, do an integrated model. So, you know, as students come in and we assess and they're doing well, then we make changes to the IEP based on the IEP team recommendations, which include parents.
Super, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I just want to ask, are you asking for anything more than what's going through the grant?
The positions that I asked and for the.
So they won't be covered under the grant?
They will not.
Okay.
Mark?
Can you tell me a little bit about the grants? Are these federal or state, or are they federal?
They come through
pass through the
DESE.
state?
They come through, they're the 240 and 274 come through DESE. They're things that we are allowed to apply for every year. We know we're going to get this funding. I think we're careful about, we do a leveled funding approach, which I think is a good idea. We typically, as Pat said, get more money every year, but I think we can't always count on it, so we have to make sure we go at it at a level funding approach.
Right. And is the ultimate source the state legislature or the federal budget?
Comes
Does
through
it pass
Massachusetts.
So it's the state legislature that's
Yeah.
funding it. And at the federal level, is there really much that's available for special education? Is it really kind of nil, all things considered, given our current income status?
You know,
here?
there are some grants that are coming through for states through the federal government, but again, you know, they really put specific criteria, you know, towards what they're looking for, and you know, some of the needier cities and towns end up getting that money fueled in their direction, right? Because there's need there, right?
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? I just want to make a quick comment if I can. This role is a new role for the district this year in terms of, you know, we don't refer to Joan DeAngelis as our SPED director, right? It's the pupil and personnel component. And just a bit of a report back out on that, because truthfully, I mean, we deal with a lot of SPED issues, you and I, but quite frankly, we also deal with a fair percentage of non-SPED issues that you deal with in your role, that she helps to carefully guide our principals with, and me. She keeps us all within the, you know, the limitations of the law. And I think, you know, for this newly revised position from last year to this year, I feel she's exceptionally outstanding at the work that she does and fills the position absolutely perfectly. So I know it was a question at one point in time, can this position work? I would say yes, it is working exceedingly well.
And we're getting positive reinforcement from the community too, so thank you.
I have one quick question about the out-of-district placements.
Sure.
So is this, there's a notation that says somebody moved in that we're going to be responsible for FY18. Is that in the 1.9? It is?
Yes.
Okay. And then,
there are actually two. There's one
that choice is in Maynard, right?
Yes, there's a school choice in Maynard.
Is that because we don't provide what they are getting in Maynard, or?
So what happens is, if you school choice into another town, and then a student needs or exceeds what's happening in that town, if you're living in one of our 3 towns, which this student is, we are now fiscally responsible for that tuition.
The balance or the full tuition? I know, yes.
It's mid-year, so it's hard for me to answer that question. So this student's placement will start this year and will be responsible from the time of placement until June 30th. So I did project out a tuition for next year for that student.
So, but I guess my question is, we pay the full?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not, okay.
Is there, if there were a program in our district that would meet this child's needs, would they come back here and go to?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think that's always our goal, is to bring kids into our program.
Okay.
I think in this situation, we have to evaluate it case by case based on what we think is
But
appropriate.
they're not obligated to come back.
If we have a district, if we have a
program?
district-based program, if another town did not have a program and we had a district-based program, I think we would propose that first and go through the process.
I want to be conscientious of time now because we're running just a few minutes late. So I would propose now, Joan, first of all, thank you so much. We really, really
Thanks for
appreciate
having
it.
me this
We're going to
morning.
take a quick 10-minute break and then come back and start with middle school. So 10 minutes, please. Thanks, everyone. Thank you,
so
Joan.
much.
Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Thanks.
Great, thank you. So I think we're to move now, if you can look behind tab 6, to the middle schools. And I know that Pat's gonna speak to Hale, and we're gonna have Laura Friend, principal at Luther Burbank, speak. We're gonna start with Laura, because there's not a lot of shifts with Hale, but Pat and I will just speak quickly to that. So Laura, thanks very much for joining us this morning. Really appreciate it. Glad you're here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for the opportunity to present our budget to you this morning. I just want to thank you on behalf of our entire school community for the support that you continue to provide us. We really feel like we're making effective growth as a result of your support and the support of our stakeholders, and we're excited about the year ahead. I just want to make a special note of the impact the approval of the FY17 budget has had on our growth and continues to have on our growth, most specifically as it relates to technology and literacy. We are making significant growth towards technology integration at every grade level and in each content area. I'm sure Cindy Larson may have mentioned the great success we continue to have with our one-to-one initiative. It's really been spectacular, and I invite anyone to come on in and check it out. The addition of our our ITS, full-time ITS, has also had a positive impact on technology integration in support of the teachers and the students. Because of the addition of our ITS, we've been able to add something we're calling Innovation Lab, or iLab, to the schedules of our 6th and 7th grade students. And we've also added an audio-visual club, and our audio-visual club is working with a high school audio-visual club. That's a direct benefit of our full-time ITS. We also are really appreciative of our 28 new computer chairs, and I can't tell you how much they're loved and appreciated. So thank you for that. So we continue to look to grow in terms of technology with this, the next year's budget. In terms of literacy, you may remember that I requested support for professional development for 3 of our ELA teachers, our 3 ELA teachers, to attend Nancy Atwell's Center for Teaching and Learning in Edgecombe, Maine. Nancy Atwell is the forerunner in middle school workshop model for literacy. She won the Global Teacher Prize, received a $1 million prize. As a result of her work, she donated it to her demonstration school, the center in Edgecombe, Maine. Long story short, our teachers submitted a proposal, they were accepted, and they attended the demonstration school at the end of September for 4 days and have been profoundly impacted as a result. They're working collaboratively in really an accelerated manner to implement workshop. At 6, 7, and 8, they're using PD time, like yesterday I heard was amazing, to work on the vertical articulation of our work with workshop, and they're really excited, and we're very much appreciative of your support of that work. Awesome. So as we look ahead to FY18, our budget is really status quo from FY17. We have a slight increase as a result of the need to purchase consumable materials for mathematics and health. The mathematics consumable request is a direct result of the end of a 3-year contract with Glencoe, which is our district math program. We're entering year 4 next year, so the onus for purchasing those consumable materials now falls on the site-based budgets. And then the life skills workbooks, which are part of our health curriculum, were initially received by us at no cost from the Department of Public Health. Unfortunately, it's not a viable option anymore, so we're going to need to purchase those consumables. Without the addition of those consumables, our budget is actually reflective of a 2% decrease from FY17. And yet we continue to want to still grow, so we're looking at allocating our funds to support our current work and continued work as we move forward. In terms of technology and how we'd like to grow with technology, we'd like to add a makerspace to our iLab configuration, and right now we have our art teacher, Mrs. Slattery, and our technology education teacher, Mrs. Sama, working collaboratively with Mr. Newton, our ITS, on STEAM products, and we would like to further enhance iLab with a makerspace next year. We'd also like to add 12 chemical-resistant tables to our 6th grade science classroom. As I understand it, our 6th grade science classroom is the only middle school classroom without tables. We're using student desks, and when those student desks are pushed together for the purposes of a lab or experiment, they're uneven and unsteady. So the purchase of the tables is, I believe, an important safety consideration and will help facilitate inquiry-based science experiments. So you see that in our budget as well. As we look towards our co-teaching model, which we are piloting this year for mathematics, and it's been a great positive experience. A lot of work, but positive experience for our staff and for our students. We're looking at really enhancing a universal design to meet the needs of all of our learners. That looks like, what does the environment in the classroom look like in terms of needs for flexible seating, standing desks, or extensions to desks to make them standing desks, which now they do make, and multi-positional furniture. So we see that in our budget as well. And then finally, we would like to expand our extracurricular activities. So we see a request for 3 stipended positions for extracurriculars, specifically a green team, a choral club, and a great gay straight alliance. All 3 of these extracurricular activities are running this year successfully without stipended compensation. So I would like to request stipends for these positions to support the legitimacy of the programs and the longevity of the programs as well. Those are the highlights of the budget. I thank you again for your consideration of our requests. And as I mentioned at the onset, we're excited about the work we've done, and we're excited about where we're headed, and we appreciate your support.
Thanks. I just have a really quick question, Pat and Michelle. Where are the stipended positions? I'm not seeing them on are they?
They're actually on the summary page.
Okay.
I didn't detail them out only because I wasn't sure how I should do that.
Okay, that's fine. As long as they're coming, I just wanted to make sure that because they're not
wasn't sure what you were
So
expecting.
they're on the general summary page?
On the first tab.
In the-
If you
oh,
look, you can see
so
there's an
that
increase in each
section.
line.
So anything that's allocated for that cost center?
Yes.
And you may have different coding, but can we just make sure that it's
Sure.
all, that would be great. Put it in there so we can see it. And then Kathy, go ahead.
Last year, we had looked at past budgets, and we saw that there had been cuts to technology and the library media specialists that hit Hale and Burbank pretty hard. That the technology specialist position was shared among the 3 schools. That individual had over 800 students, and so in last year's budget we were able to reinstate the other 2 positions. And I see that Hale is requesting a library media specialist, and I'm happy to see that because I'd like to see those positions restored again, and I'm just curious as to why perhaps you didn't request it, because if you wanted to, I would support it.
Yes, I mean, I would support it too. The budget that we presented is a conservative one, and that doesn't mean that wouldn't be a great asset. I'm operating on the belief that the ITS right now is having a huge positive impact on our work. I can only imagine that a full-time library media specialist would add to that work. So that would be great. In terms of consistency and parity, clearly we would want to have that conversation to make sure that it was equitable.
So what are your top 3 priorities, Laura? Your asks, based on the work you're doing?
Yeah, I mean, we want to sustain the work we're doing. We've got a lot going on, technology integration, in technology with our ITS, the one-to-one initiative, those aren't reflected in my budget because they're already in play.
No, right, so assuming, I'm talking about
Maintaining.
new, I mean, yeah, whatever the maintenance is, we understand, but
Yeah.
what, so you
The
mentioned your
the
innovation lab?
The innovation lab, the science tables, I would say would be a priority for safety reasons.
Yep.
In 6th grade. The makerspace to enhance the iLab would be important. It's short money. I think it's $1,000 in there. And then of course the extracurricular support with meeting the needs of our learners.
And what's the cost on that one, Pat?
I think
She's
it's-
right in front of you, I'm so sorry. I was looking at your chair. I'm sorry.
You've moved.
What's the extracurricular?
Michelle maybe could bring that up here in a few,
Okay.
give her a minute or two to look that up.
Okay, thanks.
And
Yeah.
can we make a note, Laura's talking about the Makerspace and Innovation Lab. If she could come back and talk to the committee about it, it is just an incredible program, and it would be good. A lot of districts are doing it. I'd love to hear what the plans are.
Is it
moving
something
forward.
that is unique to Luther Burbank?
I know that they have a makerspace started at the high school.
Maker
Space.
space?
Yeah,
Makerspace, yeah.
That was actually.
So it is unique in the district to your school, to your middle school?
In the middle.
It's
In the
not at
middle
the other
school.
middle schools.
I wouldn't want to speak for them.
It is unique at Burbank.
Yeah, then we want to see
Right
it.
now.
Okay.
Thanks. We're working on it.
All
Yes,
right.
we're happy to share. Absolutely.
Questions?
Yes.
Neil?
Nancy Atlow, the PD, awesome, sounds great. Is there any work being done to integrate the teachers who have been there, to integrate that knowledge throughout the district at the same level?
Right, that's a great question. Right now, our teachers are using the professional development time to work within our building
Mhm.
to develop the curriculum and the methodology around it.
Mhm.
We have been working in concert with Patty about next steps to bring that to Bolton and to Stowe.
Okay,
Our
great.
teachers are very open and amenable to that, and anyone is welcome to come in and check that out as well. Some great, rich discourse
Sounds
happening in
it.
those classrooms.
Great, thank you.
It's an excellent transition too from the work that's happening at MRE for our students in the workshop.
Any other questions for Laura? Thank you so much.
Thank you
Thanks.
for your time.
Hale,
Thanks,
let's quickly talk about Hale, Al?
Yes, so I'm going to look at the non-salary first here. Everything seems to be more or less the same. There aren't any great increases, only for the differences in costs, except it looks like there were some portable radios, some replacement radios and batteries. They're an additional cost in the general office supplies. As you can read the detail in general instructions, you can see that most things are just ongoing programs within. And one other request that was in instructional technology for Hill School was the video club equipment. And they want to reestablish the TV program at Hale.
What's that?
I don't know that we would be able to give you some great detail on that. Oh, wait, I say that, but
I can
Caitlin perhaps can provide that. Thank you,
I can
Caitlin.
speak to FSTV. So this is an extracurricular activity that students do, and they produce, I think it's once a month, news segments that are about 10 minutes long. Exciting things that are happening in the school, some interviews with students, and it's broadcast typically during homeroom.
So Hale is looking for, and where is that?
$1,500.
Where is it?
It's under instructional technology.
I see. Okay. Okay.
And I think too, one of the things we need to keep in mind about Hale too, of course, is that, this was submitted by George, is that correct, right?
That's correct.
And so, you have a new principal come in that may want to have a different look at it. We took a look at it, what we see here makes sense, and so we just left it status quo. But knowing full well that when we get a new principal in there may well be changes we anticipate
So
changes.
I have a question, and there's something that we noticed when the results of the audit came out. there was a program, and we had the teacher come in last year, and it was like a Lynn. It was an outdoor program. It was kind of like an obstacle course, and that was in the general budget, but it was a Hale Middle School specific.
It actually came out of a SPED line item.
And I thought it was Center. Ross made the presentation about it.
She's a center school gym teacher.
It was Center.
It was Center. I
Yeah.
don't think it was Hale.
It was-
But they're connected, so she was willing to do both.
Okay, so, but that whole question, is that, first of all, is that program indicated in here?
That's Project Adventure, yeah.
Where is that? And if it is coming out of the general budget, then either the other two middle schools need to have it, or it needs to come out of Hale's budget. But it just seemed, I remember last year thinking it sounded like a wonderful program, it had a lot of value, but it needs to be consistent. So I don't know where that is, but we need to find, I'm
It
sure
is in the
it's only a
budget.
few $1,000, but still.
It is in the budget?
It is in the budget.
Where?
Project Adventure Transportation.
No, that's to
No, that's
take-
just the trans.
That's to go somewhere. This is actually on site.
Yeah.
No.
And it's
not Project
No.
Adventure, it's an outdoor classroom.
it's similar to
And
that.
it's right in between Center and Hale. Like, if you want to go from Center to Hale, you walk through this obstacle course.
But it was something, and
She's
it
been
benefited the social emotional component, it benefited confidence, it benefited a lot of wonderful things, but, yeah, but I think that it's on my radar, I mean, big
Yep.
time, because I think Laura would love it, Caitlin would love it, so if we're gonna commit to it, we commit to it across all three towns, or not.
It's an outdoor
Actually,
classroom.
the
Yeah.
cost to do it, and it's already there. And all she wanted was money to bring it up to get it inspected,
It needed to
bring
be
it to code.
refurbished and rebuilt.
But there
No,
is
it was
money
there.
in the
It was
budget
It was a
allocated to
multi-phase,
it.
it was a multi-phase thing that had to,
Yeah.
she was gonna do one thing, but then there were other
But there-
items and so forth that still had to be rebuilt.
But there are
and-
pieces of it that are actually in there right now that just needed inspection. And
Right.
that's what she was looking for initially. And so if that would have built up, I mean, to actually have a field trip to them would make more sense.
I don't
Because it
think
costs
so,
a
but
lot.
we don't have to argue that right now, or discuss or
But
debate
there
or
is
deliberate,
a
but,
rock wall inspection included in this budget.
that's separate.
That's in the gym.
But that's the
Okay,
wrong
Kathy
wall.
has a question.
I just a point of clarification perhaps. I think the issue is with regard to that outdoor program. Is it a part of the PE curriculum, or is it just a unique activity for the students in Stowe? And the decision point would be, if we wanted to be part of the curriculum, it would have to be across the three towns. And, you know, this isn't the forum for
No,
doing
my question was,
Yes.
my specific concern was that it was coming out of the general budget.
I see. No, I understand that.
That was my,
Yes.
I don't have a problem with the program, I think it sounds wonderful.
One of the suggestions, so Hale and Florence Sawyer both have quite high reserves in their athletic funds.
Student activities.
So, student activities, thank you. So why couldn't the cost for that come out of the student activities fund?
It could, but then what happens to Luther Burbank?
What do you mean?
Well,
If we're gonna-
I brought that up before.
Yeah.
Like, shouldn't student activities be paying for all these stipends that are in there? The students are paying for the extracurricular things, and that's really what we should be building the fees. And, I mean, why else are we charging the fees?
I
Like, what's the
totally agree,
rationale?
yeah.
So we should be building that into the stipend, and the stipends into the student activity fees, rather than having, and then it gives more leeway, I think, for the principals to
Yeah.
put together whatever program they want, rather
Yeah.
than for us to be approving specific programs for the schools.
No, and I don't want to approve a program, I just want to make sure that there's consistency.
Right, no, and that's not what I'm
Across the
saying, but by default, we are approving the programs if they're asking and we're saying no for the
Right,
budget.
and they can
you know what I
control
mean?
it with their own
Right,
budget.
and we'd rather, personally, I would rather
Yeah.
have them have more control on that side of things.
Jennifer?
There are significant personnel increases requested from Hale.
Right.
Can you speak to those, or do we have any idea, or is this just?
Well, I have some narrative on them.
Yeah, go ahead.
To go forward on this. The .1 our teacher, it says it's due to the size of incoming grade 6 class. We will have to offer 5 sections of art as opposed to 4. Then .15 FTE for a health teacher. It's due to the size of the incoming 6th grade class. To offer 5 sections as opposed to 4.
I guess I'm looking more at the math specialist than the library.
Yeah, why is the
Okay.
librarian on there? I thought we added, didn't we, oh, did George decide to do a technology?
They don't have a technology person there?
Everybody,
I thought we
everybody should have one.
added,
Last year, we added an ITS person for Burbank and Hale.
oh,
Wasn't
that
one
wasn't
hired?
for the library.
No, no, because the
Okay.
cuts
This
were
is what
to.
Laura was talking about, a library and media specialist.
Right.
Yeah, but that should have been, that, with that hire that we did last year, that should have given each one of the schools
An ITS.
an ITS, that's
Yeah.
right.
That's the
right.
case.
Okay.
There is an
Yeah,
ITS in
Laura-
place
yeah.
There is an ITS there. So this would be in addition to,
Right,
Yeah.
okay, got it, thank you.
So for the librarian, it says here the school committee decided to eliminate the position of the middle school librarian a few years ago. This position was filled with a para. The library has not had any attention or oversight from a professional librarian in 4 years in terms of organization, program, material selection. The math specialist, Hale is the only school in the district that does not have a math specialist at this time.
That was an open position from last year. It was never filled. That was in the budget last year, and I don't think it was ever filled.
It was, there was a math specialist in the budget at Center that was filled partway through last year.
Okay.
And continues to be filled by that same person.
But nothing
this
at-
year.
for Hale?
There is no math specialist.
From last year.
At Hale. And I'm not aware of a position at Hale.
Has there been in the past, or is this?
No.
Okay, so this is truly
This
a
would
new
be,
position.
there was a conversation a while ago about sharing between Center and Hale, but we know the student population size at Center doesn't afford the ability to
Oh.
actually share. But that was several years ago. That's the only conversation I can think of that connects it to Hale.
But
You can- so how does that breakdown work for you, Laura? Do you guys both have, in both the K through 5 and the middle school, do you have separate math specialists?
You say complicated. We have math specialists. We have two. We have a 1.5, but they're instructional assistants at Luther Burbank, and it's supported through the Title I grant.
Okay.
Right.
So anything supported through the Title I grant needs to be in addition to, on top of, district provided.
The general population,
Right.
yeah.
So it would have, the addition of a math specialist at Hale would have a direct impact on Luther Burbank.
And so
because-
currently you don't have the
Correct.
extra?
Correct.
Okay.
We have instructional
And then that
assistants.
trickles over to Florence Sawyer too, who has one for 800 kids.
Right.
That's in there.
Right.
So, yeah.
And we don't have a permanent principal in there, though certainly we would defer
Right.
to you. I think we need to be really respectful of the needs of the students within the context of, somebody overseeing it, owning it. I don't want to harm legit resources that are needed, right? So I just think we need perspective and commitment from you as to what you believe is critical for the
Right.
school.
Absolutely.
Who's maintaining the library at Luther Burbank?
We have an instructional assistant in the library right now who's being overseen by Cindy Larson.
Okay. So is that what's also happening in Hale?
Yes.
Okay. And are you finding that works, or is that?
It's
It's functional, I mean,
it's functional.
It's not optimal, and
It's not,
I'm going to advocate, not now, but I will be advocating for it, and I have some data and information about the value of a library media
Media.
specialist at the middle level, K-12.
Okay.
So be prepared.
I'm ready.
I want to be very conscious of time here,
Can I
so
ask-
we
can I-
we're running about 20 minutes
Can I
late. Mark?
ask one question following on this? Is it conceivable or sensible, maybe it's for later, that there might be a floating professional librarian resource to all of the middle schools?
Oh, then we get into the technology thing that was killing everybody.
So,
Sounds like a later conversation.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, just so I can put my own opinion on the table, because I fully support Kathy Quinian's perspective. I believe that these need to be restorative, and I personally believe that we need one in every building.
Yep.
I'm just gonna put that on the table too, so. Okay, thank you. Can we wrap this up then and move to the high school then, please?
Thank you.
Laura,
Thanks a lot.
thank
Thank
you.
you.
Pat, thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Good to see you.
If we can go over to tab 7. We're talking high school. Dr. Graham is here, and Steve, we want to give a shout out to you. Thanks so much for being here this morning, really appreciate that. And I know that right after you, Tanya is going to speak, so we've tried to tie the high school all together this morning. So Perry, we apologize for running as late as we are.
Thanks for having me.
Please feel free to join us.
Thanks for having us this morning.
Oh, for goodness sake. Given this group, I think we've done
We're doing
well.
well. You know, this is a lot to get through, right? Well, maybe you don't feel that it's a lot. I feel
Oh,
it's a
no, we
lot.
think it's just a little drop in the bucket.
I feel it's a lot to get through, but I think that I appreciate the discussion, and I appreciate what all of our administrators are bringing to the table. So Dr. Graham, we're going to ask you to do a broad overview, and at the end, if you can give us your top three, we'd appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I want to acknowledge Steve Cullinane, who's our new assistant principal this year. Has been in the social studies department for years, served as a social studies department chair as well, was involved as the president of the association, doing a phenomenal job, adding so much value. Very glad to have you here today. So he's just going to sit here and look pretty. That's what I
My war jacket.
So I wanted to start by just talking about very briefly kind of where we've been the last couple of years and where we see ourselves going. Our big areas of focus over the last 2 or 3 years have really been on trying to expand curricular opportunities for students through new courses, particularly interdisciplinary courses. We've added a bunch of courses in our electives departments as well. Really focusing on ensuring regular and high-quality professional development for our staff, maintaining a safe and secure learning environment, and also starting to build alternative educational opportunities for students who have different learning needs. And I wanted to acknowledge the support that you all have provided, that the towns have provided in those areas. We've had some staffing increases over the years that's helped us build those new courses and really expand, particularly in electives. Our late starts have been tremendous. This is the second year that we've been doing that. Really appreciate your support with that. The SRO position has really helped us in terms of looking at safety and security in the school. So thank you for that. And then we are CLC, our Creative Learning Community, which is our sort of beginning alternative education program. We're seeing some initial success from that. So thank you. I wanted to start by just saying thank you to you and to the 3 towns for your support. So looking at the coming year, we're really not looking to do anything funky or new. We really want to keep doing the good things that we're doing, focusing on continuing to improve in the areas in which we've focused. And I think that we're very well resourced to do that. There are just a couple of trends that I wanted to bring to your attention that I think are important. One is the increasing social emotional needs and challenges that we see coming from today's teenagers. That happens both outside of the school, but they bring it with them to school as well. I believe Donna Lindstrom may be scheduled to speak to you about the Emerson Youth Risk Behavior Survey data from spring of this last year. One of the trends that I know she's going to emphasize is when you look, there are a lot of areas in which we see continuity or we see some positive trends, but in particular something that I'm very concerned about is the amount of stress that our students are reporting, and that is an increase. It's not just Neshoba students, but it's definitely amongst Neshoba students and how that stress impacts them. We've also seen a real shift over the years in the timeline and the expectations inherent in the college application process. Over 80+% of our kids are going on to 4-year schools, and another 10 to 12% of our kids are going on to 2-year schools. And there really has been a noticeable shift over the years and with the college application process, both in terms of kids applying to more schools. I looked at some data from Jody Specht, our guidance director. 15 years ago, our kids on average applied to 3 colleges. Last year, our kids on average applied to 6 colleges. So they've doubled the number of colleges that they're applying to. We obviously have more kids than we had 15 years ago. And the timeline keeps creeping up. Back in the late 80s when I was applying to college, you pick one school you're really excited about, you apply early decision, you wait to hear back. If you get in there, you're done. If you don't, you wait till January or February. Now kids are applying to a bazillion schools, and they're doing it starting very, very early in the fall. And our guidance counselors, in some districts, guidance counselors aren't doing a whole lot. They're very hands-off. It's really up to the kids and parents. At Neshoba, our guidance counselors provide tremendous value and support throughout the college application process. They're each writing individual school recommendations for each one of their students. So that could be 40, 50, 60 kids. That's happening earlier and earlier in the school year. And then finally, a continuing challenge for us, for any high school, frankly, is helping kids who have academic skill deficits to be academically successful in an environment of high expectations. We set high expectations for kids. We provide tremendous support, but we set high academic expectations. We have some kids who come to us with real academic skill deficits, and that's always a challenge. So then tying that into personnel needs, and I want to start just by saying that we are currently very well staffed as a high school, and thank you for that. But in thinking about some different capacity building measures, first and foremost, we have 3 administrators working with over 1,000 students in the building, and we have tremendous leadership from our department chairs and leadership from teachers throughout the building. But Steve, Brian, Cody, and I are very busy on a daily basis. And Steve's position currently is a 200-day position. That means that he really doesn't work during the summer. I was able to identify some funds that brought Steve in for some extra time over the summer. That was tremendously valuable. I would really appreciate the opportunity to have all 3 of us there all summer. So one proposal that I would make is to take Steve's position and move it from 200 to 220 days, which means that he would work throughout the summer. I mentioned earlier the increasing social emotional needs for kids, and also those timeline shifts and increases in terms of the college application process. Those hit our guidance counselors very directly. Our guidance counselors currently have about 225 students per counselor, and one thing that I think would be of tremendous value to the school is an additional guidance counselor position. They're the people who are typically on the front lines and working with kids who are experiencing different social and emotional challenges. The college application process I mentioned, and I'll just throw out one additional statistic. So a fairly decent percentage of our students have been identified with a disability, and they have an individualized education plan under special education that helps to support them. Some of our students don't require the services that SPED would provide, but instead they have what's called a 504 plan, which is another part of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And that's basically a plan that provides accommodations for kids to help them be successful. And that can be driven by a variety of factors. Increasingly, we're seeing things like social emotional challenges, anxiety that play into that. Our guidance counselors are the people who own the 504s. So we have about, I think 88 was the number of 504 plans that we currently have in the building. And our guidance counselors own those plans. So you're talking about 15 to 20 504 plans per guidance counselor that they're managing. We have about 120, 125 IEPs in the building. So when you look at it, 1 out of every 5 students at the high school has a formalized plan connected to an identified learning disability. And while special educators are the ones who own the IEPs, guidance counselors are in those IEP meetings, and they're helping to manage that on a day-to-day basis as well. And that doesn't count the students who have some sort of a health plan, or the students who have needs but aren't necessarily on a formalized plan. We had a full-time career counselor. I've had to reduce that person's career counseling responsibilities and instead make that person primarily a regular guidance counselor to try to bring down our counseling loads. And so that's had an impact on our ability to provide career counseling services to students. So I see, you said, my top 3 needs, a guidance counselor. I think you heard me probably mention that last year. That need has not gone away, and I only see that need increasing. Some things that I think, something that I want to put on your radar, I don't know that this is necessarily an immediate need, but we do see kids who have real academic skill deficits, and I got some great feedback from Patty O'Connor in central office, and from Katie Giannetti in special ed, and then from Kim Early, our language arts department chair, that the idea of some sort of an intervention specialist, particularly looking at reading and literacy, would add tremendous value, both in terms of providing direct supports to kids in a variety of ways. That could be helping to assess new students that we have to come to us and figuring out where their deficits are so we can try to address that, providing direct services to kids, but also working with staff to try to support them and working with students. So that's a great to have that would add tremendous value. That's certainly not a gotta have, and I would prioritize a guidance counselor. But I did want to put that on your radar because that is a need that we continue to see.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yep.
Is it kids coming from out of district, new kids to the district, or are you seeing an issue with the transition from our district middle schools into the high school?
The answer is yes. I would say where we see academic deficits, it tends to be students who are either new to the high school or who are relatively new to the district. So it might be a student who's coming from one of the existing...
So it's not something we need to address systematically, and it's not an issue with how well the high school is communicating with the middle schools on their needs and what the kids need to have when they arrive.
Correct.
Okay.
At the elementary and to a certain extent at the middle school level, you tend to have more built-in specific resources for this. At the elementary level, specifically around literacy, and you have the opportunity for an instructional assistant to be doing additional literacy instruction with the student, for example. Or you might have a literacy coach who's able to provide specific literacy instruction directly to kids or as a support to classroom teachers. When you get to the high school, those kinds of formalized interventions just don't exist in the same way. When you talk about interventions in school systems, typically, and you've probably heard this, think in terms of tiers of intervention. There's tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Tier 1 interventions typically tend to be things that classroom teachers are doing. And that might be coming in earlier, staying after to provide extra support for kids who might be struggling. It might be a guidance counselor working directly with the kid. But when you think about tier 2 interventions, which is a more intense intervention that's not just the classroom teacher providing that, it's complicated to do that at the high school, and resource-wise, that's something that we don't necessarily always have.
Is the high school Title I?
We are, I don't believe we receive
Okay.
Title I funds. I'm pretty sure we do not. Thanks for that question. Last year, I talked to you also about wanting to enhance the department chair position, and had asked last year if that position went through to help to backfill that, and if the department chair position is enhanced for next year, and if that included a reduction in the number of classes that department chairs teach, that's something that I would want to propose again, particularly focusing on math and science. Again, we're well-resourced at the high school. You know, our class sizes are pretty positive right now. So I don't see that as, you know, a huge thing that would lead to lots and lots of positions. But I wanted to make sure I kept that on your radar because it's something that came up last year. The department chair position did not change for this year. If that changes for next year, that's something that I wanted to make sure was on the budgetary radar.
I'll hold my questions until you're finished.
And then my business and applied arts department chair wanted me to make sure that I mentioned this as well. We have a new .8 business teacher. This is the second year, I believe, that we have that. We've seen huge enrollment increases in our business department and in our DECA program as well, which has been phenomenally successful. Stavros Andriopoulos, who's been our primary business teacher, has done a tremendous job growing that department. And that .8 position this year allowed us to meet the growing demands that we had. Looking at next year, I think it's likely that we'll probably have some kids where we're not able to offer business classes that we might want to offer to meet demand. I don't see that as a huge priority. However, I want to put on your radar that if that .8 position was able to go to a 1.0 position, that would help us accommodate what I'm anticipating would be increased demand. And I try to let my department chairs know that generally I want to see the demand first before I go and start asking for resources and money. But that's a trend that we've seen, that increased demand for business classes. So I'm anticipating that this year we're fine, but I'm anticipating that we could see that. And I'll know more once we have the course requests come in, and we're starting that process in the next couple of weeks. So in terms of non-salary needs, I initially had put together a budget request based on requests from my department chairs, and there was a bit of a modest increase in that. I want to highlight one specific thing, and that is in social studies. Our sophomores take a semester-long U.S. history class every year and then take a year-long U.S. history class as juniors, and our U.S. history textbooks are getting pretty old. In addition, the newer textbooks that are out now, while we have access to some online resources through the existing older textbooks, the new online resources there's a lot of stuff there, a lot of audiovisual media based stuff, and that's something that they really are looking at wanting to purchase is new social studies textbooks. So in my initial budget request, I included, I think it was about a $15,000 request from the social studies department to look at buying new U.S. history texts. However, I recognize that it's always prudent for me to be conservative in my requests, and as I said before, we are well resourced at the high school. So in my final request, I'm actually looking at a slight decrease across the board for the non-salary needs. I think that's somewhere in the area of about 8%.
What was that?
8%. So it's a slight decrease from the budget that we had this year to the budget next year. I think next year's budget was about an 8% decrease from this year's non-salary budget. But I did want to highlight that the social studies department, that was a specific need. So I do not have that need reflected in my budget, my non-salary budget request, but that would be kind of like the primary non-salary budget request that would be great to have. Finally, I wanted to just identify a couple stipended positions. We have lots and lots of extracurricular opportunities for kids. I'm speaking to non-athletic. Tanya Rich obviously can speak better to the athletic opportunities. We have a weightlifting club that's been in place now for multiple years, and I would like to be able to formally recognize that through a stipend. We have on average about 20 students who are going and participating in the weightlifting club. So that's a club that now has shown that it's got staying power. The person who's been doing that club has been doing that without pay. So I'd like to be able to stipend that. We've had a German exchange that's been in place for multiple years. We have now started a French exchange, and we're looking to continue that. Our German exchange has been stipended. That's a tremendous amount of work. I can tell you from experience because I used to do a German exchange when I was a German teacher. There's a lot of work that goes into that, and so that has not been formally stipended, but now that we're looking to continue that French exchange, I'd like to be able to stipend
But the German
that.
one is. That's
The German one is
established.
already stipended, correct. The German has been in place for years, and that is a stipended position. Now we have the French exchange that's already happened. I think this was our second year having kids come to us, and we've sent kids there once, and I believe we're sending kids to.
Is there a fee to participate from the student's perspective?
Correct. The kids pay for that.
So the kids pay for the stipend?
The kids do not pay for the stipend. The kids are paying for their own travel.
So there's nothing built in for the cost of the staff oversight?
Yes. What's built in is when we travel abroad, the cost of the teacher and the chaperones and the adult chaperones, that's built into the cost that the students are paying. So the teacher, so Christine Winter, who's the French teacher, when she takes kids to France, she's not paying for her own trip. That's built into the cost that the kids are paying for that trip.
So you're
Kids who
looking for a
host
stipend.
do not pay anything.
You're looking for a stipend for all the stuff
The
before you leave.
administrative piece of it?
Yes. So what I'm asking is, because there's a lot of work prior to the trip happening, and also planning for the French students to come to us, there's just a tremendous amount of work that goes into that, and arranging all of that.
How many students does that affect? Just a guesstimate, obviously.
So I'm trying to remember how many kids went on the trip last year. I think it was about 15 to 18 kids. Usually it's somewhere in around 15 to 20 students end up actually going on the trip, and it's around the same number who are hosting. We may have had slightly more kids who are hosting French students who come here.
The kids who are coming in to the district, do they finance that in any way? I mean, other than their own trips, they're coming in.
We're not financing anything for the French kids to come to us. They're financing all of that.
So I guess what I'm asking is, do they have something that covers their portion of what would be the administrative costs for their program coming in? Are they bringing a check with them, you know what I mean, for the program to cover the administrative costs on our side?
They're not, because they've got administrative costs on their end. So they're covering the administrative costs. So like when our students go and stay with them, we're not paying them anything to help cover that. They're dealing with all of that. Somebody over there is organizing that, the homestays on their end. When they have students come to us, they're not paying us to do that. We're then dealing with that on our end.
Right.
If that makes sense.
It totally makes sense.
Yep.
I guess I'm just trying to get an idea of how much that is costing us out of the requested stipend that you're asking for versus, do you know what I'm saying? So
I
in
do.
other words, what's it costing us to bring the kids into the district versus our kids?
So the short of it is, right now it costs us nothing.
Right.
There is certainly work that Madame Winter does to prepare for the French to come here. The huge work is our kids going over there.
Sure, okay.
Because we're not, sometimes you have an outside agency that arranges everything. That's not the way the French or the German exchange work. We're the ones who are doing all the organization, simply bringing out flights, travel once we get there, figuring out where we're going to go once we're there, keeping track of all that money.
And while certainly I would love to see more of those programs, it's for less than 24 students, so we have to keep that in mind. Okay.
It's available to a very large number of students, but it's a relatively small number of students who are choosing to participate.
I want to make sure that
Right
we
away.
keep going here.
I'll come back to
You were
you.
going to talk about the DECA stipend?
And then the
too?
last thing I wanted to mention is that Stavros Andriopoulos, who's in charge of the DECA program, currently receives a stipend. He is working way beyond, we have kind of descriptions of stipend levels. He's working way beyond in terms of number of hours, the amount of time he's putting in, what that stipend would typically be. So I'm also asking that his work be recognized by an increase in his stipend. I think that's about a 3% increase in his stipend.
So why is it the volume of students?
We've seen, if you look at the number of students who are participating in DECA, it is an exponential line where we went from, I'm trying to remember the number, probably 30 to 40 kids who were participating 4 or 5 years ago, and I think we had like 140, 150 kids participate going to districts. And he's added other things like we now do in December, the prep, mock presentations, mock competition that he does in December. That's a new thing that he's added in the last couple of years. And we have kids going to states and nationals every year. I can't remember how many kids qualified for states this year, but it's a huge number.
And the Best Buddy tie-in also.
Right.
So we just have more and more kids participating in that, and so that just means
That's
more
nice.
people will come to state.
All right. What?
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, Alita, my battery is just about to die, so if we could.
Okay, so
So that is it for me.
Thank
I
you.
have a quickie for you. It's not actually a quickie, but I want to throw it in before I take questions. I usually wait till the end, but I'm very, as passionate as you are about those librarians. It feels to me as though year over year over year, we are asked to add a guidance counselor. And for some reason, I don't know if before it gets to us, it's eliminated, or if it's prioritized differently. But I don't know, after hearing the common theme of social emotional needs, the amount of time that the guidance counselors have to spend now, and it's critical and it's necessary. It's not a nice to, that's their jobs. The support that they provide through the IEP process, we want that continuity. And the college support in these 3 towns, with the expectation of the demographic that we have, is not going to get less, which is why I would suggest perhaps some of that stress is so high as well.
Junior year is when it really peaks, and that's as they're heading into that senior year.
So, the other thing I want to, we all know that the study that was done by NESDEC says that, we're kind of like level, a little bit of reduction in high school students, but that doesn't take into account new housing starts, which we all know we have in our towns. I am so worried about this guidance counselor request, because it is year over year over year, and it's not just the amount of work that these guidance counselors are doing, it's the emotional component that we're all so concerned about. Joan is building a program for it. Our principals are dealing with it on a constant and accelerated pace. This will be my big one this year, so I just want you all to consider it. And I think I'm the only person at the table that's had a kid go through the program with guidance in the recent past, within the past 5 years, I would say. So to your point, where we were a few years ago to where we are now, and the complexity. What's that?
Susan, yes.
Susan,
Yeah.
but she's not here. So, but my point is, I see what they do, I see how they try to, and they do a lot. I don't think that a public school should say, well, you could go out and get it yourself, you could hire a counselor. That's not part of the gig. So, I put that out there.
You did say that's its #1 priority.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm telling you guys. The class size inequity is a big question that I have questions on. I know that some of those classes, there's a necessity for them to be smaller, but there seems, it was something that we talked about last year. I would want to know perspective on where that is now as well. Some classes may not need to be as small as they are. And then the late starts. So this is our 2nd year doing late starts, and you knew this was coming, right? But my question last year was, when we get to the point to renew the late starts, rather than it just being automatic, it happens, I really think it's important for us to be able to understand the value and as it relates to the student achievement. And so I would be looking for that.
I think that will probably come up when we talk about the school calendar. That's what I see coming, is that discussion. Were you thinking?
Will
about
that
it
happen
differently?
during the budget cycle?
Well, it's actually on our, I think, we're ready. I think the calendar committee is about ready to bring the calendar committee, or the calendar forward. So I think that it will be up to us to put it on one of our upcoming school committee meetings. So I'm saying it would all happen during the same time period.
As long as it comes up before we vote the final budget.
It could. Anne Marie, I look to you. What's the earliest we can bring that school calendar forward?
The calendar committee will be making its recommendation to the superintendent on Thursday.
There you go. So it's that close.
Okay. Because this is a big hot button for parents, right? There was a lot of a discussion about the late starts, and so we just need to understand the intrinsic value of the program. But I do also appreciate what the high school, I do appreciate what you folks are doing and what your challenges are. Neil.
Can I piggyback off that a little bit? Because I've had the fortune to be in the right place at the right time a couple times in the last year. Once sitting on a plane with a college admissions director of Harvard, and another one dealing with a college recruiter. So it's, when you got somebody's ear for a couple hours, you can really learn a lot of information. I did a lot of listening, and one of the aspects, and I think one of the pressures, because that's exactly what we're talking about, what are the pressures that are hitting these kids so hard? Part of it is, like for instance, Harvard, they don't care. Everybody has a perfect grade, a 4.0, they've got perfect SAT scores coming in. I mean, they come in and they look at it and they say, what have you done to change the world? In high school, but this is one of the things they're looking for. So I don't think we should undersell the value of things like DECA or Best Buddies program, because that's exactly, or EMT, because that's what colleges are actually looking for. What have you done? Right. You're great. You're very good here, but what have you done to well-rounded yourself and make it that show us that you're going to make an impact on the world when you graduate. Right. And so I think we need to really realize that there is an interconnected component to this thing, and not to just put all our eggs in one basket.
Right.
That's it.
Right. Agree.
So if we can bring, Steve and Perry, if you don't mind staying here, we can bring Tony up to the table to move to athletics. I'd appreciate that.
Can I ask one high school question? If you have a new guidance counselor, where will you house that person?
He's smiling because he knows Mark knows there's issues there.
I have a couple ideas that would be loath to just spontaneously out because they would impact other people and where they currently are. That will be a very challenging decision because I don't have an office that's currently sitting vacant, and wherever I put that person, it's going to negatively impact somebody else's
Can you
space.
resolve it?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay, that's the answer.
Yes, I can resolve it, but it will not. But that's a very tough question.
Thank you.
I hope that was enough of an answer.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
Oh, we're staying here.
You're staying.
Yeah, he's trying to run away. Nice try. Where are we going? You can go.
All right, thank you. So quickly, just to, over the past year or so, things have been going very well in the athletics department. Over the last year, we've had 10 league titles, 5 district championships, 2 state finalists, and 2 state championships. Over 70% of our teams qualify for the postseason, and most importantly, over 73% of our student athletes make the honor roll each season, which, is something I'm very proud of. Our goals for the athletic department that I want to continue is making sure that we're maintaining a level of competitive programs for all of our teams, to continue to increase our participation. We've added, JV2/freshman teams in numerous sports over the years, and it gives more students the opportunity to participate. To continue our emphasis on leadership skills, academics, and student athlete conduct. We're continuing with our leadership workshop before school starts every August with our captains and our student leaders, and we follow up with them each season as well. And then also to improve our school spirit. Things are going very well. We're getting more students at events, more staff members at events, and I think school spirit we're at an all-time high right now. I'm going to highlight some of our budget drivers for the FY18 budget. For the most part, budget is status quo with a few increases here and there. Some of these things I don't have too much control over. For example, game officials, those fees are set by the state. And usually officials get an increase each year. Next year's a $2 increase for all officials across the sports. Transportation, that goes with our contract throughout the district. Some of the things I do want to highlight in supplies and other, I'm looking to add another trophy case to our gym area. This past summer, our custodians did a great job moving some things around, adding some more shelves, but we filled it up very quickly already. I've got trophies back in my office on top of my desk that have nowhere to go because of things that we've won this fall. So I'm looking to continue to add on a trophy case. Along with trophy case is to continue with our banner updates. And again, it's due to the level of success with our teams to continue updating our banners, adding new banners when teams win state championships and league titles and district titles.
Next year's uniform cycle, as I've mentioned before, we replace uniforms every 5 years. Next year's kind of a larger increase because we are falling on a year where it's away uniforms for the football team, our hockey jerseys, our wrestling singlets, and girls lacrosse uniforms. A few new things that I'm looking to replace and purchase. One thing is two-way radios for athletic events and event management. Right now, the athletic department has 2 radios that we use. However, on any big game day, I'm running around the building trying to take radios from the nurse's office and the main office to make sure that all the administrators have a radio. There's a radio in our press box. The police detail has a radio. So I would like to try to buy 2 more two-way radios so then I can house them, have the batteries charged and ready to go for event management. I'd like to replace our indoor batting cage that's in our lower gym right now. Right now, it's a safety concern of mine. Last year, I was very close to not even letting our teams use it due to some safety concerns. The anchors are coming out of the walls. We've got wires hanging down. In the past, we've had some students in PE class run into this net and injure themselves. And we're not able to store it properly because we can't secure it to the wall, so it hangs down behind one of our basketball hoops in our lower gym. And the other piece is our athletic trainer's cart. This is almost 10 years old, and it's gone through numerous times with our metal shop students that have replaced and welded and fixed the back of the bed of the cart, which is where if someone is injured, we are putting that student athlete in the bed of this cart. And like I said, we've fixed it numerous times. It is very wobbly. It's something that I think we could upgrade and make it into an actual trainer's cart that has a trainer's back to it, not just the welded bed that we have now that our students have put together for us. So that's pretty much the overview and the big budget drivers and highlights for next year's budget. Do you have any questions?
I don't see, where's the part on here?
Is it in the equipment?
So it is,
In the reconditioning of equipment?
no, it's actually, it would be coming out of our revolving expenditures is where we put it.
Okay.
Second to last page.
Second to last, there we go.
Up here.
Oh, part for the athletic trainer. And the,
Up here, where?
the baseball cage, is that in the revolving account as well?
That is in there as well. On the
The indoor batting cage is
Yep.
also just near the top, right under expenditures.
Yep. I think it's the 3rd page.
Athletic training cart, $6,000.
Top of the second to last page.
Yep, under expenditures,
Third-
under
third
athletic revolving.
Athletic revolving expenses, 3rd item.
Okay. Yep.
Oh, thanks. Okay. I got a question.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
How many sports do the parents or students fully fund? And how many, I'm looking for equity.
Yep.
And you know where I'm going
Yep.
with this.
Yep.
So I need you to, so where I'm going with this is ice hockey.
Yep.
And I know that ice hockey is a big expense.
Yes.
And you know, when you get into a sport that's expensive, you don't start generally in high school, you start in much lower years, so you know it's expensive.
Yep.
So when you get to high school and the high school has a chunk of money set aside for ice time, and there are other sports that are as expensive, like skiing or whatever it may be, there's an inequity there.
So right now, the sports of Nordic skiing, alpine skiing, ice hockey for boys and girls, and swimming all have an extra user fee that they pay.
Mhm.
Ice hockey team, they're paying for practice ice,
Mhm.
which is usually an extra $400 to $600 per student at the end of the season. The swim team is paying for their practice lanes at the pool, which is usually anywhere from, I'd say, $125 to $160 extra. And the ski teams are paying for their ski passes, so they're paying
And equipment.
And their
Rental
equipment, yes.
equipment or whatever.
Yes. So those are the sports that do have extra fees to run.
Do which sports do we not cover the expense of the equipment? Do we cover the expense of the equipment other than skiing?
So.
Does the hockey team
Ice
buy their
hockey,
own
we
equipment?
wouldn't
Yes. The only football, we provide the equipment. And that's one of those, it's different because you're only playing it one season, you're not playing football year round. So it's not something like someone who plays lacrosse, who's playing lacrosse in the summer, isn't going to take the Neshoba Regional lacrosse helmet and have it during the summer. So, you know, your lacrosse players, your hockey players, they're all buying their own equipment because they're playing more than one season. They're playing more than just high school. Football is different where we have state standards that we have to go by to make sure that equipment is certified. And we provide the shoulder pads, you know, the knee pads, the helmets for the football team. Hockey, lacrosse, field hockey, all those students are paying for their own equipment. Soccer, you're buying your own shin pads and cleats.
I just think that, and I know I've said it before, and I know it probably sounds like no big deal for the rest of you, $20-something thousand. I just don't see the equity of the district paying for involvement in a sport. I just don't think that, and it's not because I have kids in another sport, that's irrelevant. I'm thinking about the parents who are, I just don't think it's fair.
I'm going to go out with uniforms too, because soccer last year had to pay for the uniforms a substantial amount of money.
Not for uniforms.
For varsity paid for brand new uniforms. It might have been, it was off budget. The parents paid for the uniforms, and then JV had to pay for items that were included in that uniform that they never actually used. And originally they were going to fund this through a ticketed raffle that they were going to have, and it didn't quite work out that way, so the parents had to cough up extra money to pay for those uniforms.
So that was not for uniforms, that was for their extra apparel, their warm-ups.
Their warm-ups, which is part of the, and I'm not coming at you with this, but I'm just.
We don't pay for any warm-ups at all.
But do you mandate they have?
This was
it's
optional. So it was optional.
Yes.
This was not positioned as an optional thing. It was absolutely not, and there's a lot of parents who I have spoke with about this, or have spoke with me about this through that process, that was not happy about that, and they perceive that as a perception.
Mm-hmm.
They perceive that as an inequity. Why are we being mandated to do this? Because JV parents had to pay for things that they didn't even use during that, whatever the part of that ensemble was that they had to get. And so they were really fired up about that. So I'm just throwing that out there, that when we're looking at this, there are perceptions that there is inequity out there in the, what's covered and what isn't covered in the sports. And that's all I'm saying.
So is this additional ice time money coming from the general budget?
Nope, it would be under.
Yes, and the students aren't paying for it, right?
There's a $11,000 for practice ice, which you said that they are assessed at the end of the season, is that how?
Yes, so that's why it's listed under the high school athletic user fee expenses.
Right.
Yep.
And JV has one for $5,100.
Yep.
And then there is, I'm assuming that it's ice, game ice.
So yes, the district, we pay for game ice.
Okay.
Yep.
So, but the game ice is, here it is. So it's $11,000 for game ice. Okay. But in the same way, the district pays for that field that the football players play on.
Well, but that field is used by track and field, football, lacrosse, soccer,
field
keep
hockey.
going, divide it out, and you've got a user cost that's fractional.
I want to be conscientious of our time because I know we've still got several other, so are there any other key questions we have?
I have a bunch of questions
Yeah.
about revolving funds, but I think that's something we gotta go through at a later date. I don't think we're gonna.
For
athletics, yeah, no, I wanna understand them, I wanna understand how they work a little bit better.
So, would you be amenable to coming back and with Pat and talking about that?
Yep.
Mark, you have a question though.
Questions that don't have to be answered now. Have you ever taken a look at how well the athletic program in its total complies with Title IX?
Yes. Yep.
And do you have a active program for families that say, I just can't afford to participate in whatever sport it may be, to pay at least the non-expensive fees like hockey?
Yeah, so actually, our baseline is usually we work off of, you know, the free and reduced lunch, and, you know, if a student and family applies and they have free reduced lunch, they can apply for a waiver for athletic fees and the user fee. I started working with Pat on coming up with an actual form that we use to have parents to actually fill out and request assistance when they need it. So it's one form that we're using across the board. And I started working on that. I got some forms from other high schools in the area, and I've been working off what they've used and how they do it as well.
And are the middle schools have some sort of fund that you can apply for? But it's separate to each middle school, I would assume. I don't know.
All right, are we good?
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
so much.
Thanks so much to the high school team, we appreciate it.
Thank you, Patty.
Thanks.
We're going to shift to food services and followed by extended day. So actually, if you both want to come to the table, feel free to do that. And we can do, thanks again, Laura. So we have Tom Hoon, who's going to speak with regards to food services, and Laura Dwyer, who's going to speak to extended day.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me this time. I really appreciate it. I'm just going to kind of go through the budget quickly and with percentages of the portions of each line item in the budget. And if you folks have any questions, please feel free. Our budget for next year is approximately it's exactly $934,184. Of that, 50% of that budget is slotted for staff salaries. These include my salary, all cafeteria staff, clerical staff, and we've also included our substitute workers in that line item. And that's a new addition for this year, so it's budgeted right in that line item. Contract services, which are things like our trucking for our USDA food items, our sanitation program, and our equipment repair agreement with our repair vendor, amounts to 3% of our budget at $28,000. A provision line item, which is basically food, is 39% of the line item, and that includes milk, produce, proteins, grains, and any type of food that we serve within the district, from a la carte items to center of the plate items. And again, that's 39% of that 934, coming in at 370. Our supplies are any materials that we use to actually serve the students with, including our paper, some chemicals, although most of that is under our sanitation program. That's one unit, and but minor things, if we need something special in cleaning a piece of equipment or something like that. And anything to actually that we need to serve the lunch, some small wares, things like that. That's $30,000 and 3% of the budget or spending. Clothing allowance is the uniforms that we provide our staff, and that is $300 per person. With 21 staff members, that's $6,300 and 1% of the lines, 1% of the spending budget. Equipment and parts make up $35,000, and that's about 4%. And that covers pieces or broken pieces of equipment, not the actual equipment itself, but if an arm breaks on a slicer, it would be fall under that. And some small wares, bowls, serving utensils, cutting boards, things of that sort, make up that 4% of the spending, or $35,000. A new line in our budget this year to kind of break things out a little more specifically, so it doesn't fall under other or something like that, is dues and mileage. And that includes professional groups like the School Nutrition Association, their conferences that we bring our managers to, and we have professional standards that we need to follow. All our employees in the school nutrition program need a minimum of 4 hours of training to stay in the school nutrition field. So we provide on-site training through the John Stalker Institute, as well as off-site trainings. Maybe another district may be having a training that some of our staff needs. Yesterday, we hosted our annual allergy awareness training at the high school. And so those things fall under that line. And that's about 1% of our budget, $1,500 a year. And then finally, we spend about $100 a month in meals tax. That's the money we return back to the government for the adult meals that we sell here in district. And our projected sales for FY18, based on current information that we have, is $781,549. And then reimbursements through state and federal funds is $162. So we're looking at projected, with nothing else changing, about a $10,000 profit next year. But as we continue to reinvest in our program, because we do have some funds in our revolving account, we hope to increase participation as well. So hopefully, by reinvesting in the program, and we have reinvested some of the funds this year with our new point-of-sale system, Mosaic, and our new online payment system, My School Box. And we're seeing some great success with that. According to the principals, they wouldn't have known that transition even occurred unless we reached out to them and told them it was happening. So that was a great success, and we're seeing many parents signing up for direct drafts from their checking account upon low balance notices. It's very exciting. And the information that we can gain from this report is so friendly to be able to share with the school committee and Superintendent Clenchy and Pat Marone, our business official. It's just phenomenal. I often say to Superintendent Clenchy, and I'm going to do it right now, the direction this program is going in, the more I speak about it, or anytime I speak about it, I can't help but smile, because it's very exciting. And it's just, it's so good to see.
Good. Yeah.
That's great, and I'd love if we could have Tom come in and talk to us somewhere down the line,
I'd be honored.
dealing with the whole ball of wax. But just and this is sort of an aside, two things. First of all, Tom.
Yes, sir.
How do you think that this is working as far as keeping your delinquents down? Are you seeing that?
We are. It's less than last year at this time.
Okay.
It's still a couple of $1,000s, but at one point last year we were at almost 10,000.
Right.
And we did a nice job in recouping, I'd say 99% of it. But this just makes it easier for parents and us, because now they no longer have to worry about it. They can set this to happen automatically without.
So year over year, this program may be having an effect at this point in time.
Yes.
With keeping that from happening.
That is our sincere
Without a doubt.
hope.
That's a good fix, without a doubt. Nicole had a question.
Just with the substitutes, are they required to have the same certifications, and are we responsible for those certifications?
No, but when we do hold trainings like yesterday, I do invite the substitutes as well, because whether it's 20 or 22 or 25, it's still the same cost. So to have them have that for instance, the allergy awareness training only benefits us.
And do we have a specific pool of substitutes that we pull from to make sure that they understand our? Okay, good.
Yeah, we do. It's currently we have 5 that we use regularly.
Kathy?
Oh, just to be clear, this is a cost recovery program, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so the requested amount is offset by the revenues that are taken in.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
So your anticipated revenues are?
$781,549.
I see.
And
Oh,
reimbursements of $162.
Okay.
So $943,549.
Okay.
I just want to speak to that. Not all school districts are in a position like we are, where our program actually makes money, to be honest with you. For the most part across the state, you actually put from your budget a fair amount of money into this program.
Right, through excess.
And I want to go back, a couple quick thoughts on the new software. It's been amazing.
Oh, it's tremendous.
And I think all the credit goes to you and to Suchi for such a smooth transition. And I know that you chunked that off and you did it in a nice sequential pattern that worked exceedingly well. And to your point, I think that last year some of the finance subcommittee members were asking for for reports and such that just weren't available.
Correct.
That's not going to be the issue moving forward. And now, I
Not
think
at all.
effective January, right, we've got all schools on and everybody. So we actually were able to move the date up almost a month from what we thought we were going to do. So all the credit to your unit.
Well, thank you, and our staff as well. Our managers and cashiers and everyone worked very diligently to make it a seamless transition. And I also do appreciate Suchi and Tanya Daniels and their staff for their help. And even today, when there's an issue, they're only a phone call away.
Okay.
The cafeteria staff line item, how much of that is dependent on the Unit C contract negotiations? What percentage of that is Unit C? Do you?
I'm not
so
sure.
The cafeteria staff,
There's-
many of them, most of them are unionized, right?
They're
So
all
we're
union.
doing
There's
union-
21 staff in the
So
food
other than
nutrition
you, are you
program.
the only one who's not part of the Unit C?
Oh, now I get it.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Myself and our new part-time administrative person that I share with Laura are not.
Those are the only two within
Yes.
that line item. So until we know what the Unit C contract, that could, okay, I just wanted to
So
make
what
sure.
was the assumption on the increase in salary for that?
3%. Or, yeah, I believe it's 3%.
Okay. All right, so that's something to keep in mind as we go through that.
Right.
And then I have a quick question on the clothing allowance. How many people do you generally hire a year? Well, let me rephrase that. What, if you have $300 per person, you said, and 21 people?
Correct.
So it looks like there's you're considering hiring 4 new people this year, is that?
Or replacing.
Or do you have to pay, you have to,
No. There's
All right,
21 people and $6,300.
No.
Oh! Do you have that 6,300?
I have 7,500.
We reduced that in the budget to 6,300.
Hey.
Initially, when the contract of the clothing agreement came through,
yeah,
it was up to 500. So that's why the difference are in there. But in essence, it's maxed out at 300 unless there's a specific, it doesn't really affect us, but if somebody's in facilities coat was damaged or something like that,
Yeah.
they could get a new coat.
All right, so thank you.
So it's really
All right,
$6,300.
so thank you for the clarification. So when you guys come back to us with your adjusted budget, that wouldn't be there anyway, right?
Right.
Okay. Neil?
So this may be a Brooke, Pat, I'm not sure where this is going with this question, but so last year we were on a corrective action program because we had surpluses that were in excess of what the state would allow. So that precipitated some spend down on that purchase of equipment and so forth. Do we have a capital, like a 5-year capital plan or something like that that currently exists? So when or if we are fortunate enough to have a surplus in addition to the DESI surplus, we can take that money and rather than a use it or lose it thing, okay, we can immediately translate into maybe capital purchase and then pull that off of, future budgets.
I don't know that there's a capital plan for food services right now. Pat, is there, or
That's-
Tom, there's,
We're working on it right now.
okay, there you go, okay.
There are some kind of big ticket items that are district-wide, and we're making sure that they're aligned equally. Everything's aligned equally across the district before we put that into a document.
And if not so much by equipment, by at least equivalent, dollar equivalents.
Okay. Because it looks, I mean, obviously there's the logic that exists with that, right? I mean, so if we can put that on our radar for maybe even building it into the reporting structure so we can keep an eye on that, we know where
What
future
I was just
requests
thinking
are.
too was Dr. Hammond, I was thinking, could there be a piece of this in stabilization? That's where my mind was just going with that, I don't know. Anyway, that's great to know, and I did not realize that you were starting to work on that. I'm thrilled to
Yes.
hear that, thank you.
We are. And per DESI, what they recommend, or what is favorable or recommended is about 30% of your spending, or of your yearly budget. So we do still have some excess, but we are looking, Pat and I are working on that spending plan as we speak.
Okay, awesome. That's good.
Okay, we're good.
Thanks,
Thanks, Tom.
Thank
Laura,
you.
Thanks for
return to
breakfast,
you.
Tom.
Oh, our pleasure.
Yeah, very good,
Great
Tom. Thank
breakfast,
you.
thank you. Laura, you're up.
Okay. I wanted to just thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to share with you what's going on in extended learning and district enrichment. I also wanted to thank you for the blessing of Superintendent Clenchy, who has just really, for me, this will be my 4th year, and each year I felt myself as a square peg trying to be jammed into a round hole, and Superintendent Clenchy immediately recognized that, and the addition of Lear to our team has allowed me to fit into the hole.
Good.
So it's been.
I think we're both able to get out into our kitchens or classroom so much more frequently.
Yeah, it's been great. It really has. It's been a blessing.
Thank you.
I didn't know if you wanted me to go over each of my lines.
I don't think you need to. I think
a
what
little
we're
bit?
looking
Okay.
for is just for a broad stroke overview and maybe
each item.
You can go through each item, but that's not necessary if you just want to do a quick broad overview and your priorities. I think that's all we're really looking
And
for.
Laura, if there's a bump, we need to see the bump up or down. Just give us an understanding of why.
Okay, a bump in student population?
Expense.
No,
Oh,
expense. We're just talking, we're really.
Yeah, we're just talking.
Okay, as far as my budget, there was very few increases from last year. There was just a few areas that I anticipated an increase. But what the exciting news is, what I'd like to talk about is that I have a proposed tuition increase for next year. Because currently we're at $13.80 per day for our student cost, which is below the state's average estimate for tuitions for similar programs
What
in the
is
area.
the state average?
15 is the average.
Oh.
Wow.
So right now we're in a position where my reimbursement from child services is I'm below, so there's no reimbursement because we're not charging enough. So what I would like to propose is a 5% increase, which would include the increase to the new finance program, because we're considering going over to, as all the programs are, to Mosaic for our registrations and which would make it great, which would streamline everything. And the parents Tom's already smoothed it over for us, so the parents are already familiar with it. And so that would include a slight increase in our tuitions, and it would increase the transaction fee increase. And it would only bring the program to an increase of $72.70 a week, which is, and that's even bringing our total still a little bit below $14.50 a day. Even our most expensive cost of $37.50, which is for our half-day program, which runs 12 to 6, is still below cost. And the morning program is below cost too. And we haven't gone up in 2 years.
So why are we doing that? I mean,
Why are we
nobody's
not
looking to
going
make
up?
money. No, we're not looking to like turn this into a revenue generator. You just want to offset the total
Right.
cost of the program,
Exactly.
including benefits,
Right,
right?
exactly.
So don't be afraid to meet the state average.
Well, I was actually a little shocked when I was like, because I had a meeting with them for my vouchers, and they were like, you're not even here anymore. I'm like, what? I'm not? So then I went in and I started researching, because I had thought about a tuition increase for last year, but with all the changes, there was no way to really have that approved. So I waited for this year. So I was thinking of it regardless, but then when I said that, and it's a really good timing too, because now if we switch over to Mosaic, it covers the transaction fee, and it's still not unreasonable. It's still, and the program offers so much more than when I started. I mean, when we started, there was no enrichment activities, there was no outsourced activities. I mean, there was no in-sourced activities. It's a different program. It really meets the social, emotional, the science. I mean, we're trying to. The science, the math, the arts, the music. We've expanded to the music program. We're really reaching out and trying to meet all these things, because we know this program's component is very important to the school day. The student's day doesn't end at 3, it continues at 6, and what we do for them sometimes is even more important than their academics in the day, because it's that social and emotional component. If they're not socially and emotionally succeeding, as we know, then academically, they'll suffer also. And we can also help with the academics by carrying over the extended learning. So the program is, it's a good buck for its bang. It really is. So that's what I wanted to talk to you about. That in my new initiatives for this year, we had the mystery. That was actually my baby since I started day one. The Mystery Dinner Theater in Lancaster was a big success. It was a huge success with the community, with parents, and it was actually very heartwarming to see all my parents in the community in there together supporting the students. We have a community service program with the Lancaster Community Center that's working very nicely too. That's a great program. The bicycle safety program with safe bicycle friends from the community come in and do some bicycle awareness. We also have a talent show that we piloted last year at each site. It's Extended Learners Got Talent, just to see how it went. This year we're going to expand it, work with Tom and bring it to the high school to bring all the centers together to have their talent show, and Tom's going to help us by providing a dinner for the parents so they can not have to worry about getting food on the run. And the music program, we expanded to the elementary level at in Stowe. That's up to 30 students, and I'm already working on our music program for Bolton. The middle school mentor program is a great success. They're actually really helpful. Cultural awareness collaboration with the high school international students. In Stowe, we've had some Russian students come in to work with our cultural awareness program. The wellness program I'm looking to expand that I had last year into for next year. And then a couple thoughts on for next year. I'm going to do a survey. I'm thinking of expanding the before school program to a little bit early. I've had a lot of parent input who would like it, who need care a little earlier. In the surrounding areas, the program some start as early as 6. So I was thinking, putting a survey out and seeing how 6:30 would start. A lot of our parents commute to Boston, and that's a tough one. So that would help them out, but it was a pilot program. This is only the second year, so next year would be a good time to bring that a little bit earlier. I'd like to do in Bolton, create a maker space in our new space that we have. Eventually those fridges will be moved out, and that's going, and I told her as soon as she said about those fridges. I'd like to create an elementary maker space, which would piggyback off of the middle school maker space.
What's a maker space? Can you let people know what that is?
Sure. It's similar to what used to be Invention Convention, which is still Invention Convention. It's just a little bit more technology. You'll have, they're actually building more with it, using 3D printers. They're drafting. They're using their technology to draft out plans and research. They're using, it's a little bit of Lego too, and connects. And so it's sort of just taking it more from, it's combining inventions and technology. And it might appear as like a big mess because it's a lot of supplies, but it's really a very creative space and allowing them to use their technology to build also.
And it really ties into experiential learning for our
Yes.
kids. So now really, I know that we're already running like more than half an hour behind, so I want to kind of wrap this up quickly if I can, Laura. So, and while the school committee is here, Laura, and this is your first time here with the school committee, I just want to extend a huge thank you to you for this summer when you basically came in and I said, you're not going to be here anymore. We've got a new space for you, and you folks, again, kind of like the mosaic piece, you just moved it seamlessly. I mean, all the credit to your staff, and I mean, it was a huge purging moment. We cleaned a lot of stuff out, and I think that you've just done a fabulous job. So I'd like to say publicly with your school committee members here how much I appreciate that. So a couple quick questions and then we'll move along.
Jennifer?
Just on the budget printout,
Sure.
there is a line item that is Enrichment Academies, February and April.
Oh, I didn't even get to that.
Oh, is that a expenditure or is that it's after revenues? I'm assuming it's an expenditure.
It's an expenditure. It really offsets itself though.
Okay.
Because the academies have their tuition, and we do charge for the students to come, so it usually offsets itself.
So that's in the enrichment revenue line item?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so
and
can
we
you
do
explain what that is?
Oh, okay. Well, we have three. Well, we have 3 enrichment academies. We used to just before I came, we had 2. We had the February and April, and those are to provide enrichment opportunities to the students at different, diverse different areas, and also to help with the vacation time. A lot of them are staffed. The instructors are our own staff. which we stipend out, and some of them I bring in people to or outsourced. The June camp is an invention camp, which is new, which I've added, and that's a really big success. We go from anywhere from 60 to 80 students on that. This will be the third year, and they provide everything. That's really just a win-win-win-win. So those, they basically you have your 10,000 there to pay your stipend positions, but your salaries, it sort of balances out.
Okay.
With a little bit. With a little bit.
First of all, thank you so much, Laura. So many different things. So you're painting a rainbow here, and,
Oh, thank you.
and that's fantastic. And that being said, I'm a huge supporter. I understand the value of having this. But on the flip side, speaking for myself, your entire program, in my mind, really needs to be revenue neutral for the district, because there are so many initiatives and challenges just on the T&L side and everything else that we have to have some serious hard conversations about. That being said, before there's an increase that's proposed or so forth, I would hope that we would have defined what the offsets are for this program very crisply, robustly, so that we understand that this is true neutrality, and then we can adjust the cost of services from there. So when you're saying like a 5% increase or so forth, I'm hoping that also includes a thorough analysis of what those offsets are with the administration, and then with the total program, like the additions that you're talking about, maybe earlier day and so forth. That also is going to increase whatever the potential offsets are, so that would increase the cost of the program too. And that's all my that's me speaking personally, but that's what I would like to see.
I think after what we've been through, I think
yeah.
we're probably all kind of able to piggyback on that one. But we would turn to you and Pat and Superintendent Clenchey to ensure that that's happening and show us the numbers on that. But I think you're right. Kathy, quick.
So if what we're charging is below what the state average is, do we have to vote to increase the fees for this, for people utilizing the program?
I would think yes, quite frankly. I think that's where we would want to take it next. But I don't think that we're ready to do that, certainly.
And I don't
not
even
right
know
now.
if the goal is to come in at the state average above or below. It's to recoup our 100% cost of the program without looking for revenue out of it, because that's inappropriate. But just to, yes, yeah.
We would have to vote.
I think we have to
Because if you want
vote.
to maintain the program,
Yeah.
then, I mean, you can cut or you can raise the.
So we would be looking, so we're gonna invite you to come back, and you and Pat and Superintendent Clenchey look at all of the in, all of the out, and getting us to cost neutral so that you can make a recommendation on the structure of the fees. And then we'll vote on that for you, and really appreciate you hanging in there with us over the past year or so. And the involvement that you had with the auditor, I think, was really valuable, so thank you.
Thanks to both of you. Much
Thank you.
appreciated.
Oh,
Thank
I
you.
think Mark has a
One
quick,
final
oh, sorry.
comment. This program has never received any review by the school committee during the school committee's entire life. So it has never set a rate for this thing. It has never reviewed the expenses or the revenue. So this is a big deal that we're actually reviewing this and taking responsibility for this program.
Thank you both so very much.
Thank you for having us. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Nice
Nice job, Jonesy.
Very stand up, man.
So we're going to look to bring Jeff Converse forward, and I'm not sure, Pat, if you want to sit at the table with to help or not, or just be there to provide some additional support. So Jeff is also new, and we're closing into our school committee. We're going to probably run about half an hour behind, maybe even a little bit more. So we're going to do our best to try to make this as brief as we can. But I don't want to rush the process. We're so close to the end. I don't want to cheat Jeff out of time. I really don't. Jeff has done a fabulous job coming in. As you all know, what we faced when we first walked in the door, both he and I, and he took a lead on so many things, and I feel so good about where we're at and where we're going in facilities in general. But it has been a mammoth undertaking. Even just the simple things like building the filing systems, getting ourselves organized, getting contracts, building the vehicle file so we know exactly where the titles are and everything, where we know where everything is. And I think that Jeff, with his staff and working with Pat, I know that you're working on you know, your, some other plans as we move forward. This is just a piece of the work. So I just want to lay that out there first, Jeff. I think that you just have done a great job for us, and just really, really appreciative of that. So if you can just highlight a couple of quick things as you kind of go through. And like I say, this is the last piece in our tab before we go back to tab 1, and Pat will, and Michelle will help out to round us out. But hang in there with us. I know we should be done by now, but just hang in.
Can you just
for
tell
a
us,
little longer.
I don't mean to step on you, excuse me, I'm so sorry,
Yeah, I'm
but,
good.
because I know we're trying to rush, can you just tell us where the bumps are, where the expenditure is?
Sure, yeah.
Would that be helpful? Because we've been looking at lots of pages for 5 hours.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
Thank you.
So first of all, thanks for having me, and everything that Brooke just said honestly doesn't happen without Brooke's support. Pat is amazing, her team's amazing, everybody behind me, honestly, this doesn't happen without them. So I appreciate the kind words, but I can't take nearly half the credit. So for me this year, my focus is going to be security upgrades, you know, whether it be cameras, the access controls. We've been talking about Raptor systems and different programs within the school to keep them safe and secure. We also, as you all know, we have 7 schools. We have multiple different types of heating and cooling systems. We're really looking to making sure that we have preventative maintenance and scheduled maintenance schedules for all of our heating and cooling systems. And then we're also looking at any sort of potential upgrades in our existing equipment and putting together, again, preventative maintenance programs for that, so that we're not looking at watching them depreciate and having to constantly buy new. We're trying to keep to what we have running for as long as we can. As far as bumps in the program, you know, Pat and I have been going through this for weeks. Some have a bump and some get taken out. So as far as specifics where I see bumps that are going to need to be done, if I go back to each school, they're all a little different. You know, as far as budgeting, I think that every school's in really decent shape, except for the high school that probably needs the most as far as the cosmetics that go on with it. So you'll see a bump in whether it be floor and stair repair. We have some floors in the high school that are just, you know, they're slip hazard, they're trip hazard, they're old. You know, $30,000 doesn't, as you all know, when you get into, you know, prevailing wages and whatnot, $30,000 is, you know, for a year is, you know, I think we could easily spend that in a high school, whereas these other schools, you know, the floors look great. A lot of it's just from the preventative side. Roofing repairs, I put in, you know, $10,000 for each roof. Again, with the prevailing wage, one roof repair could cost $2,000. We shoveled a few years ago because of the snow. We do have tears and seams that, you know, have reared its ugly head now.
From shoveling.
From shoveling,
Yeah.
Well, shoveling a roof, you know, it's all seams, it's rubber. We have multiple different types of roofs. We have EPDM roofs, we have rubber roofs, we have ballast roofs. You know, I saw an email about warranties. You know, that does void warranties when you do that kind of stuff. But general roof maintenance is common. It's happened everywhere I've ever been, and you know, over the years have done a pretty good job at maintaining them, keeping them going as long as possible, because a new roof is expensive. As far as other bumps, we have on our parking lot. As I said, I'm trying to standardize everything. So. With snow plowing, which is standardized, they come and they snow plow. There was no sand, picking up the sand at the end of the year, so I added that. It's an expenditure that we spend anyway, it just never really was budgeted for. If we have a program in place that we know that at the end of the school year, it's going to be pick up the sand, seal the cracks, patch where it's been broken down, and line stripe, and that package is every single year, it becomes something that we can prepare. We already know what's going to happen. Everybody knows what's going to happen. We have already collected our bids. We already know who's coming in months beforehand. It's not a haphazard, why are we cleaning the parking lot of the sand and when are we going to paint it? So that's really my goal for all of these programs, is we already know what's going to happen and everybody's well aware of it. As far as other jumps, Pat, feel free to jump in.
With that, let me start to that, and then we can go on from there.
Yeah.
Pat and Jeff actually met up in Worcester with the Environment Protection Agency, And, you know, this is gonna come, we're gonna have to do something with this. We don't have a price tag right now, but what we do know that we have to do is we do have to get some engineering in here. We've gone down a million different ways to try to see why aren't we grandfathered, blah, blah, you know. One of the surprises, I have to say, that for me, was I had no idea that we had a water well basically in the center of the school. I had no idea that that was there. And so that's a little bit problematic for us when you consider where the leach field is.
What school has the water well? This one?
High school.
Has a water well?
Right
In the center.
Right in the center of the school. So bottom line is we've gone a million different ways to see if we can have this waived or we can do what, but at the end of the day, it just keeps coming back. We got to figure this out. And so we have nothing to bring to you right now. This is a much bigger project than we thought it was going to be. And so right now, and Pat and Jeff, I'm going to turn it back to you, but my understanding is we have to go to the engineers now and get something figured out.
But
Is that nutshelling it?
Yeah.
So is that what the 60,000 is just for the engineering? Is
Yeah.
to figure out what we
So,
need to do?
so this is the project that keeps coming up at Tri-Town,
Yes.
and we keep getting reminded of, and this one has to get done.
So I'll give you an update of where we are. So when I came in, Whitewater was calling me saying, we have 2 years, we have less than 2 years, we have got to get the ball rolling on this. We're gonna bring in our engineers to evaluate the system. And that's really, if you saw the map of the non-compliant wastewater permit, it's really, we went up for permit because our permit was past due. So the state came out and they look at it and they say, wow, so you have a well in the middle of your school. There's also a well over at the post office. And where our leaching fields, they have a circle around where every well is. And they time how long it takes that wastewater to get to that well. You know, the one in the school, yes, they think that's not in the best place because it's in non-compliant with its own water system. But really the problem is the well at the post office, which was put in after our leach field at the high school. So when, I wasn't gonna go too far into that, but so what happened was when Whitewater came to me, I wanted to really start from the beginning because I really didn't feel comfortable with our contractor telling us what we should do. So I organized a meeting and Pat and I went into Worcester and met with the DEP. They were great. They had 4 or 5 people there. They were able to educate us on why the permit was in non-compliance. We were able to ask why we weren't grandfathered. We were able to ask why this well at the post office got a permit approved to have a well when there was a leach field in a non-compliant state. We were able to ask that. They were extremely, extremely helpful, I thought. So anyways, with that, I've reached out to On-Site Engineering, who has already been involved in this to a certain degree. They have already proposed the scope of work that they're saying could get done, and that's coming in addressed to me and not Whitewater. So I should have that this week. And then with that case, I'll be presenting that to Brooke of what we have for scopes and talk about what we can do and what our options are. As a group, that would be something that it's a bigger picture as far as, if we move the leach field, and you decide to do something with the school, we don't want to spend money on moving a leach field that's going to be in non-compliance if you decide to modify or build a new
So let me stop you for a second, because I want to make sure that people understand that the district, the only building the district owns is the high school,
Yes.
because it's a regional building, and all of the other schools are owned by the individual towns, although the district maintains them, and anything under $10,000. Okay. Can you, given the fact that this has got to happen, and we know it's got to happen, and it may likely hit this year's budget, can you give us a ballpark of what it is? Because I think it's, and so before you answer that, just know that I'm not going to say your area, the facilities budget, the previous facilities budget is the area where there was a lot of money in there that, I'm assuming we're in a better position now to understand what actually is in there and what's needed. So it's going to be very hard for us to digest what was asked for last year within connection to this year. It can't look like, oh, it's a little bump from last year because we know those numbers were kind of juicy. So given that, can you give us a perspective on a ballpark for fixing this leach field? Because it sounds like if we're asking you for priorities, that should be like the first one.
Yeah, so what the scope that the engineers are going to be coming back with me are, one, move the leach field. That could be $300,000, that could be $500,000,
Yeah.
depending on where they put it. If they have to put it where you have an existing soccer field, now we're ripping up the soccer field, they have to trench all the way out that way, and, you know, they have to put it in a place so that as it goes out to that area, and then the wastewater, how long does it take to get to that well? It's 4 days to get to the well. It's supposed to be 30 days, it's supposed to be 20-something days. It takes 4 days for it to get from our leach field to the post office. But the good news is that the water's not contaminated, there's nothing wrong with leach field. That was one of my arguments was, can we get grandfathered if it's not affecting the quality of the water, because we do have that pump house, that the treatment center. If it's not contaminating the water and it's not deficient in any way, then why are we going to be asked to move it when we might have bigger plans for this district? And they were really great about it. But that's where we are. If we move it, it depends on where we move it, how far we have to move it. And then there might be another option, though, that's coming down the pike. That could be, what can we do to our treatment facility that might clean the water to a certain level that now might, because it's not black and white. It's not, oh, how long does it take? It's the quality of water, how long it takes.
Yeah.
There's a lot into it. So it could be, we really didn't get a number yet, but just my numbers that race through my mind as far as excavating an existing system and rebuilding a new system, with the prevailing wage and all the different trades, I mean, it could be 500,000 plus.
Yeah, I want to be really cautious. I just don't think that we're at all in
Yeah.
any position to put a number out there right now. What we need to do is go through a process and find out what the real options are, and then we're gonna have to come back here and say, what's next?
So I've put an update by Jeff on that, because
Yeah.
we're not gonna be able to vote without a number. You gotta have a number in the budget for us to vote.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
Or do we have to act next fiscal year?
Well, what did they
sorry.
say? That's the other
Yeah.
piece of it. Part of the process here was we have to send them a letter and let them know what we're doing right now, that we're being proactive as far as this problem. And they may grant us an extension, which would be into not fiscal 18, maybe into fiscal 19.
But we
And it may
still
be
have an
immediate.
issue that has to be resolved, and we
Correct.
wanna be responsible, right?
But at that point, we would have a number. We'd have a concrete number. And that is how I want to approach it, because I think that is probably the most fiscally responsible way, if they will allow us. If not, then
So is this the reason the 60,000 is in here, is part of, so you can say
We started.
allocated this
Yeah.
money in order
Right.
to go through the process in order to come up with it, so we can plan for FY19?
Engineering report. So there's a lot to it. As Pat was saying, one of the reasons we asked to go in and meet with them, and that was against everybody else who told us you don't want to get involved with the DP. And Pat and I said, in order for us to really know what we're doing, we really need to know who we're talking to, who's issuing this non-compliance, and why are they? And they were super responsive. They told us to reach out to them if we had any questions. They want to help us. When I came in of a 2-year non-compliance permit, we were already 6 months into that, so we really only have a year and a half. When we went to them, we asked for, could we have 5 years? And they said, we're not going to give you 5 years, but if you can show us that you're working towards a solution, we'll work with you. So 2 years is really we want you to try to get something done, knowing, because we told them, we're never going to have this done in 2 years, and they said,
Well,
yes, you're probably not.
But I think I'm sorry because there's so much information, one of you brought up that we also have to make some decisions on what we're going to do with the facility, the high school facility itself, which Mark's going to talk to next Wednesday. So there's a whole lot going on here. I just think for us to be able, I just want to make sure that with our approach, this committee's approach to visibility and true numbers, that we've got a placeholder in here that's realistic from your perspective, Jeff. But Neil, go ahead.
And I'm sorry, Jeff, it's good to see that you don't have a shock of white hair. I fully expected that. But that being said, we're having this little roundtable discussion about something that I think we need to put in context. Because I think that we're talking large numbers, people have heard some things about this replacement, but honestly, most people have no idea what this non-compliance is and so forth. And when they hear the post office, the first question that comes out, well, why was the post office not the person that has to move the well, right? So if you could fill that backstory in, I think it creates a lot more understanding with people and people outside there
that might be interested.
Yeah, and so that was brought up during the meeting because, you know, I think it was Pat had said, well, you know, how come why is it that we're not grandfathered when they put the well in after? And first of all, it's the United States Post Office, and it's the United States Department of Environmental Protection, and we're, you know, Neshoba Regional High School. So you can.
Oh, they seriously don't have the
I'm just going to put that out there.
Look at where our kids go to college.
I'm just going to put that out there. But they did say that when they had the well at the post office, that they were able to do the well because they didn't put a brand new well in. They had an existing well that they did upgrades to, so they didn't really need to go through the whole permitting process and have to get. You know,
Right. And it was after that the regulations changed.
Yes, regulations change
So that's
every
why-
few years.
And so why aren't we grandfathered with this? That's the next question that comes up.
The answer is that we're not grandfathered because it's our leach field that is in non-compliant with the flow rate of our wastewater.
So we're out of compliance with our own permit.
We're out of compliance of our own permit. That I think the permits are every. What did he say, 3 to 5 years? I can't remember what the exact permit date was, but they come out. And when they came out that day, they said, oh, you guys are in non-compliance with the new federal regulations, which we said, well, how close are we? And they said, well, you're supposed to be like 20 to 25 days, and you're at 4 days of the flow.
All right, so that's your priority number one.
So that's when we stopped arguing it, really.
Can you just give us, and I'm so sorry, but I
That's
just
okay.
wanna, can you give us your next two priorities? You got, the leach field sounds like it's the first.
Yeah, the leach field's a priority, but as I was saying, you know, security upgrades for the schools.
Yeah,
you know,
security.
cameras. You know, I was on yesterday, and we have an existing camera situation here. Well, I mean, not a situation. We have an existing camera program here. I was on looking at it. There might, where there was a 5-year plan to do a major overhaul. Right now, I'm going through what we have existing. What can we do to the same thing? You know, do we redo the whole camera system in high school, or do we have one that really could be functional if it was just maybe maintained better, or maybe a few different tweaks here and there? I did see that our camera system is in. You know, our licenses are all expired, so we're going to renew some licensing so that we can have these upgrades. I don't know if everybody's aware, but the only school that's not in the same camera program is the center school. They're the only school in our all district that has their own individualized camera system that doesn't read with the rest of them. So we're in the process now of gathering information. Maybe is that one better than the ones we have? You know, it's really it's a fact finding.
This building is a huge deficit.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
So
It really is I would say, problem throughout the district as far as safety and security. But just
So basically, my takeaways are that the security upgrades, the preventative maintenance plan that we're actually putting into place to implement the leach field. The last thing I'd say, and then I know that we need to move on, but going back to the leach field, I know that one of the things that the department had said to you is how much they appreciated that we were in communication with them and that we were there face to face having the conversation. So hats off to both of you for taking in that meeting.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're our
Thanks.
buddies now. The DEP likes Bolton. Neshoba, I don't know. Bolton. All right, is that it? Thank
That's
you
it,
very much.
Jeff. Thank you so
We'll bring you
much.
back, Chef, so you can have more fun with us.
Okay, we're going to go into the last phase here, which is
But not leave the back up. Yeah, don't start leaning out. Because we want to make sure we get more next steps. Anne Marie.
Anne Marie's going to join me.
Anne Marie and Pat. So we return now as we wrap up to the first tab, and that's where the executive summary is. We're going to have you go through. I'd love to be able to try to finish at 12:30. I just don't know if it's possible or not, but we'd like to. And we do want to take a look at next steps moving from here that I think we can decide with Pat at the table as well. And I think that, Michelle, you had a sheet that you were going to just circulate quickly for us.
Is this in here?
Tab 1 is right at the very beginning, yeah, and that's where the executive summary starts. So I think we're just gonna do, again, we can come back with our next steps if you feel the need, and you likely will, to bring Pat in for further discussion and a little bit deeper discussion, we can do that as well. Okay, so Pat, we're gonna turn it over to you, and ask for you to kind of bring it home now. We've done everything,
Okay.
we've looked at everything, bring it home for us.
So, I'm sure that you've all peeked at the bottom line.
No, we haven't, so why don't you surprise us?
So, why don't we just, and that's probably not a bad way to start, so let's just go over to several pages in to your bottom line.
The budget as it stands right now is $53,492,329. Now, I've just passed out the grants and revolving expenditures that have taken there are costs that were in the budget before in a different format, and now they are directly charged to the grant and revolving accounts.
So are these included in the pages we
They're
just went through?
included, so these,
Okay,
So
let me,
like
let me,
facilities had $50,000 from the custodial revolving account twice, so that's $100,000.
no, the line in the, if you look at the individual lines, you'll see that the $50,000, the $15,000 would be deducted from the facilities department.
So let's make
So
sure
we're
that
gonna
we
directly
go through all
charge.
this first so that we're not bogged down.
Okay.
So-
well, no, I need perspective. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I need perspective. So, of the areas that people just presented to us, are there grants and revolving, whatever, offsets included in what we've already seen? Or did you not take that out, or add that, whatever?
They've all of those costs have been taken out,
Okay.
okay? So this is what?
But, and that's true, but the one thing that I want to talk about is what's not in this 53 million.
Right, and I have that as well.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So I just want to quickly go over insurance and benefits, and Anne Marie just has a quick little talk about retirements and unemployment. And that's it.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to be before you, and thank you for your attention. It's the end of a very long meeting, and I want to take half a minute to recognize my partners in crime, Vicki and Darcy, who are in the back. They're both human resources specialists. Vicki is also the district treasurer, and Darcy does our payroll. So they, actually came forward and asked if they could be here today to help in case there was a need for their expertise. So really, really proud of them for that and for many other things. Let's see now. Retirements, yes. One of the things that Vicki and Darcy have been doing, working with Pat and Michelle, is to try to focus the salary projection for next year. Two things that factor into that are the retirements and the lane changes. We've identified 5 teachers have come forward expressing their intention to retire at the end of this school year. So those people will be replaced with others next year. The lane changes, people who have obtained educational credits to move them sideways on the salary scale, those people are presenting their information now. They have until the end of the month to complete that. So at the end of the month, we'll be able to refine it even more, to the salary projection even a tiny bit more, because we'll know who will be moving lanes, is what we call it. Unemployment and workers' comp, yes? No.
Unemployment, too.
Okay, unemployment, in fiscal 16, we paid about $8,000 in unemployment. Last year, to this point, we've paid almost 38 on our billings through and including January. So next year we budgeted $70,000, which would be, that would be about the same, what we would project if it completes.
16 in FY16? Or 60?
No, 7,900, so $8,000 in fiscal 16. And then big jump in 17. We had 5 people who were on, in that year, this year, who were long-term on the unemployment, they didn't find other jobs.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
anticipating that same rate for next year, so we budgeted $70,000. Workers' compensation, our insurer, is the one who gave us that figure, anticipating a 4% increase on our premium, although we will probably be able to get some credits against that premium, but they suggested that we put the 270 in for workers' compensation. That's right,
That's okay.
270.
And I can take the rest from here.
There you go, good.
Okay, so,
Works for me.
I just want to also point out that there's a significant increase in our Worcester County retirement assessment. And that is due to, there's two factors actually involved there. A couple of years ago, there were some changes in who was allowed to participate in Worcester Regional, and there were tutors that were not allowed to, and then were after that, they were actually allowed to. So we're being hit with the bulk of that in this fiscal year. Those people were allowed to buy back their retirement money for the years that they served in those positions, and now we're seeing the impact of that. We also have a few new disability retirements on there, so that's why there's a significant increase in that Worcester County retirement. So I have health insurance based on current enrollment and with a few increases. That increase is about 12%. We're hoping that it's going to come closer to 10, but I had to put the 12% in there at this point because I didn't want to fall short in that area.
You say health insurance 12%?
Yes.
Yeah.
Active employees?
Well,
we are contracted though.
Oh, I see. Wait, also it's dental and everything.
Right.
Okay.
We just though contracted with Maya, again, our insurer. They're gonna audit our health insurance. It's required every couple of years. And they go person by person through all the people that are on our health plan to make sure that there's nobody's that's on that health plan that shouldn't be on. They ask for birth certificates, marriage certificates, divorce papers and everything, and they make sure that we're not insuring anybody more than, I won't say that we have to, but more than the rules say that we should be insuring, so.
But the big elephant in the room is looking at the carriers, right? And we've talked about that, and the pressure that we are going to be, people are going to demand knowing if we've looked at our carriers and if we're looking at opportunity to provide a similar service at a more comfortable cost. So, and you know, I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. So we've got to be really cognizant of that, and we're going to be asking for input on that.
Numbers unseen, there are already people asking that question.
Yeah, I just want to ask the GIC, if memory serves me right, Pat, and I feel bad because I'm putting you on the spot, do you remember what their increase was this year?
It was just in the news, it was crazy. I don't recall.
Wasn't it even more than this?
It was more. It was a
It
lot
was
higher
more
than this,
than the health
significantly
and this.
higher than this.
Yeah, but that's one option, right?
No, I'm just putting that out
Yeah.
there only because that very thing was brought up at the school committee meeting the other night. So I just thought that I would bring that up because if
Right.
memory serves me right, that was the only reason for bringing that up. A resident brought that
So
up.
I would say that I would ask on behalf of the school committee that you, as the administration, have a point of view on the healthcare expense and a perspective on opportunities for new additional, at least have a perspective and a point of view on why we're using the carrier or carriers we're using, and what opportunities for efficiencies there may be.
And is that ever a contract issue?
Yeah, it could be,
That would
Okay.
definitely have to be part of it.
but that's all. Yeah. So we need to be educated on it. I think that's
Can I ask about the workman's comp?
Sure.
So in 3 years, it went up by $100,000. Is there a reason for that? I mean, that seems like a significant increase. Was it under budgeted?
All I know about that is this, that and when they come up with our premium, they do it by they take our utilization, and they multiply it by, and there's a formula, words, and they know what their percent, and then they come up with.
So there's
the
been
next-
some claims, is that?
I would
So it's
imagine
like a
that
car
would be
insurance.
what.
You have a car accident, your car insurance.
That's
goes up.
right.
So
Yes,
I would
we have
assume
had
in the
some
last
claims.
3 years, we've had significantly
We
more
have.
claims. Okay. Thank you.
A little bit of history. In the facilities area, there are several long-term injuries and also consequently long-term overtime. So this is sort of
Right, so
tail
there's a
end of
tie
the
in
consequence of
there
all
between
of
those
that.
two.
I think if I could just speak, this is not to rationalize everything, but if you think about it, it goes back to, remember we were talking about overtime and the fact that overtime was always like $23,000 or whatever. And I came forward and I said, listen, because we knew about these expenses. And we said, you know what, maybe if we look at this through a different lens by properly staffing the custodial lenses and such, because that's really where a lot of this problem is based on. And so I just want to keep that in mind, that was one of the reasons why we came up on the other side, is that we need more support here, we need help here. And I think to Anne Marie's credit, and I can't go into details, I know it's not my hands for doing it, but we have cleaned up a lot of leftover pieces of all of this right now. I guess that's the best way I can say it without going into any detail. So this has been more than on our radar. This is something we have been intimately working with since I came in and Anne Marie came in. So we recognize these lines for what they are.
Okay, so, does anybody have any more questions on any of the increases in insurance? No, okay. So let me just move on to the system-wide. And I think if you look under the salaries, other administration and clerical support and superintendent's salary, you can see that there's a change there. And I just wanted to address that. That's because somebody's salary isn't in one line and my salary is different in another line, so.
That was the reason for that shift, that's all. Now, I want to be conscientious of time here, Pat,
Sure.
so if we can just zip through some of the highlights.
So, also I've added a line in transportation for McKinney-Vento. It appears that it's going to be every year, so we might as well have a line in the budget for it rather than grouping it in with the special ed.
And just so the school committee knows, Joan DeAngelis, who spoke earlier, is intimately involved with this.
Right.
And is taking the lead on this work.
Is that a real number, the $75,000?
That would be the number that Pat and Joan came up with. That's the number that's arrived at, that's in
And
here.
McKinney-Vento speaks to homeless students?
Right.
Yes.
And do we have some in the district as it stands?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
And it's the number is constantly moving.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Great question, Kathy.
So, I don't think that there's anything significant that you can see right here, right now, but I do want to tell you that we do not have a number from the bid process yet for transportation. We did put the bid out, we had to pull it back because there were some questions about certain things and we had to have council look at it. So I put out a survey to my fellow business managers, and there's a possibility of about an 8% conservative increase, so that could be as much as $140,000 for the transportation. We weren't looking to change anything, so that's not included in this number.
You just used last year's number.
Right. So, and for new staff, that is not included in here either.
So that's a big thing to keep in mind. So everybody that was brought to that came to the table today to talk about things, none of that has found its way into this.
Okay.
And then,
That's exactly right. Thank you. Nor negotiations with the union.
right. And
So
that's
those are just
the next
things to
piece.
keep in the back of your mind.
And I just want to give you kind of a perspective across the board. There are no increases anywhere. All of the salaries were level funded. So the COLA at I have a chart here that has 0.5%, 1%, 1.5%, and this is going forward. So we have an idea of what it's going to cost us.
So,
And that would come around the negotiating team so that they know exactly how much 1% is going to cost for everything.
but that's for the union folk.
Which is 90%, right? 98%.
Right, but I would still want a recommendation on.
No, this would be for all. This is for everybody.
That always made me crazy that we would automatically assume that, but, okay, go ahead.
No, I didn't
No,
put
you didn't do
increases
anything
in for
wrong, it's
anybody.
getting it straight in my head,
Yeah,
it's just a
there are
different
no
way of
increases
doing
in
it.
here.
So basically, 0.5% is about 176,000, and that's for all salaries. And that includes extended day, food services, they're all in this total number. I have it broken up by administration, Unit A, and Unit C. So you just, you have to realize that though an increase in any of those revolving funds would have to be reflected. I
Any
think Tom.
contract increases that are administrative contract, I mean, I would assume there's an increase that's built into your contract.
Right,
But
and
that kind of thing, is that in here or no? The ones we know about, the ones
the
that
ones
are-
we know about are in
Okay,
here.
all right.
The other ones are the ones that we have the,
We don't know yet.
we don't know, so that's why that number
I
is
just want to make
like
sure
it
that
is.
the ones we are actually sure of.
So that means basically all of the cost of living increases that are maybe in administrative contracts are reflected in the budget, is that correct?
Yes, they are.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to make sure that we're wrapping up here. Let's.
And so on to the assessment page.
Are those the pink sheets, Pat?
That is, oh, you know what, step back, I want to look at the revenue, it's a white page, it's after the blue sheet.
After the blue sheet.
I just want to go over your revenues. It's after the blue sheet, there's a pink sheet, a blue sheet, and then
Another white sheet.
Oh, I see it. Wait. Grant and revolving, no, wait.
it says fiscal year
Oh, okay, got it,
2018
got it,
revenue
got
by source.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah, go ahead.
I put some numbers in there. The assessments are automatically calculated based on the assessment sheet, and we'll look at that in a minute. But for regional transportation, I use the same number. I don't know what the governor's gonna do for next year. He hasn't really alluded as to how he's gonna affect that. SBA reimbursements, that's standard, that's credit to Stowe's, so we include that as part of our revenue. Medicaid revenue, I put that at 100,000. We don't know if that's gonna change. We seem to have received more money in prior years because of, they went back many years and re-looked at things, so we got some additional funding for that. Investment income, and speaking with our treasurer, looks like we're gonna get a little bit more money in our MMDT, is that right, Vicki?
Correct.
And what MMDT is the depository from the state, where the money, you know, for all of our state revenue is deposited, and they seem to be paying a little bit more interest to us. E&D appropriation, I put 800,000,
Yeah.
but that's your determination.
Did we
That's
get
gonna be up to
certified,
you.
what was, did the certification?
Yes, 1.73.
That's the balance or the
Million.
surplus from last year?
That's, you're talking about E&D certification, 1.733.
So that's the balance.
Yes.
Yes.
After everything?
After everything,
So that's clean?
yes.
Huh, well, sorry, but that feels better than I thought it was.
Increase.
Charter schools level and other revenue is level. So, on to the assessment, which is the pink page. You have to kind of backpedal a little bit. And you can see how the numbers were arrived at for the assessments.
Yeah.
It says preliminary budget assessment.
Now, I'm gonna say this again, I know I've said it throughout the morning, I'm gonna say this again. This is a living, breathing document. Do not look and say, oh my gosh, this is not, like, these numbers will change by Wednesday night, by next school committee meeting. You know, by the time we go through and continue to work at things and whatnot. So, that's just what it is. as we sit here today, remember that the whole purpose for today is just to lay out the numbers and say, this is where we're sitting today. But we'll, when we talk about next steps.
Right, and next steps, I need some feedback from you about what E&D should be.
Right.
And we need to, I think, look at some of the tuition costs
Yep.
and all of those.
And recoup the cost of the program.
Right, and maybe even, Tanya didn't mention it, but we should really take a look at our athletic costs too, our athletic user fees, at least at the high school, because I think in comparison to other communities, from what I saw, we have it's pretty cheap.
So we're gonna, I'm making a running list for this meeting. I think we need to add, and what you just brought up, if you could just notate that you're gonna bring that.
Sure.
I might have missed this at the beginning because I was out of the room, but grants and offsets, I don't see anything for extended day now listed. I know it was pulled out of revenue, but I don't see an offset that's listed in its place. So that's not listed yet, the offset. So
That's right.
that would be.
And
And
that
we've
was
had
one of the
conversation on
reasons,
that, yeah.
that was one of the reasons why Laura went down that road with the increase in tuition.
Mhm.
Because there should be something, even if it's $50,000 to cover light and heat
Okay.
for that program.
So it doesn't take that in consideration. Also, if we visit pre-K and kindergarten in those respects too, in comparison and figure everything out where we are. Okay.
The white sheet you handed out earlier, with the title Grants and Revolving Funds.
Right.
Mhm.
So does this represent the expenditure
Yes.
that is going to sit in these revolving funds now instead of the general fund?
Correct.
And therefore, for everybody else's benefit, this is the reason why the amount of the budget total expenditure is less when you look at the bottom line compared to the previous year. So if you look at, is it on the pink sheet or on the?
It's on a white sheet.
On the
bottom line.
Bottom line of the white sheets. You'll see current year's total expenditure in the general fund is proposed at the moment to be 53.4 million. And last year it was 54 million. So what's happening is that we're pushing expenses out of this general fund, the white pages, and then pushing them into these particular other funds, these revolving funds. So that's why the expenses are showing as being reduced in our general fund budget, at least as it's currently drafted. And so we're going to start seeing reports in relation to these revolving funds in a different way than we've seen previously. We're now going to start seeing expenses in these funds.
And I think that's actually a great point Mark's bringing up, because the first question someone's going to ask is say, well, wait a minute, the budget's less, how come the assessment's more? Okay, and we need to successfully bridge the understanding gap between what Mark just brought out, because there are going to be a lot of people confused and very upset if we don't do this properly. And it may not come out
I agree.
too much, but we have to account for the new accounting.
Right.
Right, you're absolutely right.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay, next, let's talk about some next steps, and I think if there are no other questions for right this second of Pat and Anne Marie. I think that we need to talk about next steps now and what we're looking for.
Can we, can someone, I think we need a meeting, that February 8th meeting, and I know Nicole and Kathy won't be here. You're away, right?
I'm not away till March. But I don't know, is it a Wednesday?
It's a Wednesday.
It's
So-
on our regular schedule.
So it's in it, you can't make it either. So that just me, Kathy, you're not around.
I'm out of the country.
And I don't know if Susan's gonna be around. Guys, we need to add a meeting. We have to. So maybe afterwards, but shoot, because I need, in order to take a vote. You know what we'll do? I'll send you a few meetings, a few dates and times. If you are not available at all, will you shoot them over to me? And then we can figure this out, because we need to get this meeting set so that, but we can at least identify what we want to happen in that meeting. That has to happen within the next week or so, right? I want to make sure that we're asking the right groups to come back for maybe a 15-minute discussion. Technology, teaching and learning
25.
programmatic approach. We talked about that, right? Pre-K and K. We want to hear more about Joan's 2 programs and what is that? Was that on there? SPED?
Yep.
Or do you feel good about what's going on?
I have it on there.
You have it on there. Yeah, okay, it wasn't me. Laura and her innovation lab, I think we could probably move that to a school committee meeting unless there's a reason for it to be part of this budget discussion.
Are you keeping track of this? Alita, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, she's.
I have what Lorraine asked for people to come back for.
Okay.
I just want to make sure we're in.
Athletic revolving.
Athletic revolving
Well,
funds and user fees.
Can we do athletic revolving in a FinCom meeting first, so that we ask some of those questions ahead of time, and then we can just have her come back and, because I think that one might take a while if we have no.
It's fine,
If
it's fine.
it's okay with the school committee, that we could get that in there.
I think she should come
and
back
then-
here, but there's some things I think that just.
But it's gonna have to, when's your next meeting?
We've never
Wednesday?
had, last year, we never had a conversation, we never had a presentation from athletic with regard to any of the finances,
We have one
period.
next Wed- we have every
So we
Wednesday
definitely
morning.
have, like how we brought extended day came in, and then food
Right.
services came to FinCom first, and then when, it may be a great idea to do that.
I'm good with that, as long as you can do it relatively quickly,
So we
because,
can put her on Wednesday's schedule.
okay,
We only have 3 regular scheduled school committee meetings before budget vote.
right, which is why we really gotta add a meeting that's dedicated to the budget, at least, and then I'll try to clear the decks on the other meetings, unless I'll save sections for your superintendent for critical pieces, and, anyway, let's finish this list.
My only thing is I saved a lot of my questions because they weren't clarification kind of things, but I don't, like, I would like to hear from teaching and learning about department heads and, the co-teaching role, and I just have like questions like that. So, when you say who do you want to come back?
They're functional,
But like,
but
but
the
they're
department
gonna,
heads are
but
definitely
they are budget related.
Yeah.
And how they're going to be spread across different
Yeah.
line items. So I kind of want everyone back.
Well, let me ask you something, because let's go through this list of the questions we had, and then if I miss something, let me know what it is, because we have everyone back, that means we need.
Well, I at least want these addressed in some way. And so instead of maybe having everyone back, can we maybe give our questions to Brooke and she can address them at the February 8th meeting?
Well, another thought that we had, it was the notion of whatever questions you've got out there, what you could do is just rifle them all through Lorraine. She could give them to me, I could break it out. And if there's some questions where we don't need to bring people back, because I am worried about time here, the amount of time that it's gonna take to do this. Maybe some of those questions could just be answered quickly, and that we don't need to bring some people back.
Yeah, that's fine, I think that's a good idea, but I do think that we need to do, it's just this is the first, I'm really impressed, though. Thank you very much for putting the day together, Pat and everybody. Thank you for putting this day together, because with what we've just gone through with the overview of the forensic audit and the deep dive, I think many of us learned more about our budget than we might have known in the past, and then with this understanding. But I do think that there are areas like extended day, that whole program needs to be, to Neil's point, self-sufficient, right? Even with the increase with the COLAs and everything else and any other requirements, health insurance increases, it needs to be sustained, self-sustaining. All of those types of programs need to. So, and I mean, even with facilities, we know, Brooke, that there was a lot going on with facilities. I think within the context of what Jeff needs for this year, I mean, maybe the roof over at Hale really does need to be replaced, and yes, I know that would come from the towns, but maybe there are things, to Nicole's point, that there's a lot that we need to understand.
There's a capital plan that they're working on that that needs to be brought into this mix as well.
So that's perfect, so he's got, and then the E&D level, we as a school committee, I would hope that you guys in finance, can you come up with a perspective on what your recommendation is for the level for E&D philosophically, so that we can apply that, and bring it to the school committee and we can discuss and vote on it? Because I think we need to do that as a portion of this.
Honestly, to answer your question shortly, yes, but I think it's a much, like, to get through this budget, but I think we need to revisit the whole E&D thing as far as a permanent sort of, like,
You
where
know
we
what,
want to be
Neil?
and what we want to do
We can make this
after the
one,
budget.
we can make this one easy. We need to be able to have a perspective when we vote this budget.
Mhm.
I don't care if you say, okay, the max is 5%, there's no need for us to go over 4%. We're targeting that for now, and then redo it after next year, but we need to all understand where we sit on it and a perspective. I just think that it's gotta be part of the discussion with the budget.
Right, so Brooke had me in on a meeting where Dr. Hemmer came in and spoke. He's a guy from Mars, one of the founders, financial guru, and he gave some perspectives of how we should be calculating this. So I think we can take some of his suggestions and approach that this way for perspective. But he
Yeah, but
frankly
that's-
was going to be able to come back and talk to all of us and explain some things and some theories with some
And we
various
can buy
things.
ourselves some time if he can come back and talk to us. We may not be able to squeeze him into this, so if we can
Right.
get a perspective for this year and then
Right.
bring him back, then bring him in, I think that's
So,
a great
right,
idea.
yes, caveat, okay?
Yeah, works.
I think we want to be efficient with the time, with everyone's time here too, because one of my biggest concerns in going down the avenue that we just went down, which, like, when I took a look at what you've done in past years, it didn't look like anything that you did today. And my concern, well, with the amount of detail, but my concern is that I don't want it to be overwhelming, and I want us to be efficient moving forward to get to where we need to go. So I do wonder, for example, the FinCom, I'm going to go back to the Finance Subcommittee, do you look at bringing in Tom for food services, or no? You want it all to come through?
I would like, every single revolving fund activity I want to bring to the finance committee.
And frankly, I want to hear about every single revolving fund. I think it's the school committee's responsibility.
Right,
Yeah, but I
so-
think we can meet and
So to give perspective.
consolidate it to such a point that it can come to school committee and not go through all of the weeds.
Well, let's go back to last year, how we did it, because I thought it was very effectively, okay? And that is, we did bring it into FinCom to begin with. We had an initial meeting, all the guts, the sausage, right, laid bare, okay? We made a little bit of the sausage, it came to school committee, full presentation, everyone had an opportunity to ask questions, drill down deeper and so forth. We had a little bit maybe more deeper perspective, but we could also say these are some of the issues that we had that maybe weren't, no one here
Yeah,
at the
that
school
wouldn't
committee
be on
level
our
would have
radar.
time to in that presentation
Yeah.
to even consider. So I think it works effectively to come through FinCom first, and then, yes, and then a presentation to the school committee.
And right,
And-
no,
and-
that makes sense that it would go, but
Yeah.
I want to hear from Laura again,
Right.
and I want to
Yeah.
hear from Tanya again. I don't want it funnel, God bless, I want you guys to
We
do.
don't want to be a gatekeeper.
No,
Right, exactly,
exactly. Yep.
that's my point. I mean, yeah, come up
But
with a
I think we can get through
recommendation.
some of the stuff,
That's fine, but I
so
still,
that she would come
I
and
want to
be
hear
more
from the
productive.
owners of that component of the budget, because.
Absolutely, but you get it, right? School committee level, you're getting a 15-minute presentation. FinCom, we're with them for an hour.
Well, you're coming to
and we're
make a
talking.
recommendation based on what you're hearing, and that, you make the recommendation, but we need to be, I think we all need to have the opportunity to ask
Absolutely.
the question, so I think we're on the same page.
I think we're on track, yep.
That was quick,
Yep.
thank you.
Yep.
So what I'll do is I'll go back and do some rescheduling, Lorraine, you and I can sit down and talk about what these next couple of meetings looks like.
Yeah, and then folks, just like, let us know where, or let me know, or when you're not available over the next 2 weeks.
So I'd like people to think about the proposition that we meet every week until March 15th. And
Well,
just bounce
you got
off of
the-
that.
you got vacation in there, too.
Even the vacation,
Well,
because I'm
not
really
there-
concerned that we're going to have enough time to talk about some of these things. We've got a lot
People
of
are,
work to do.
they are, but you know what, let's be respectful of the fact that people have paid for vacations, not me, but people are gone. So, yeah, we'll look at a full dedicated meeting right now, and I hear what you're saying, but I'd rather us look at where are we, how much more do we need to go, and do.
So Lorraine, do you want me to put together a, do you
Pardon?
want me to put together a Google spreadsheet and share it on?
Oh, that's a great
And have
idea.
everybody fill in?
Yeah.
So that way we
That's
can
a great idea.
determine
Thank you.
quorum without one
Yep.
of people saying yes, no, here, yes.
Thank you.
I'll throw it out.
Great. Okay, I think we're done. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Brooke, Pat. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And second?
Second.
Mark, all those in favor? Thank you very much. It's unanimous. Thank you.